we are back again. Day 155. Continuing strong, except like it's the problem with being away for so long. It's just you have no idea where you basically stopped. Because yeah, so much has changed. And the last bit that I added was just so complex. I think what I need to do is also probably split these into my Trello board. So I think when we actually get to that part, then we can actually do it. Let me just add that as like a note for us to add the timer. And chuck that right to the top. What was the other one? Wipe email status if user changed input. Only enable submit button if there are no errors. Okay, yeah. So these are the things that we still need to do. I think the server still responds. I can't remember there being any actual issues. Let me reload these things. We need to start this. npm start. What was test? Yeah, there we go, test. Okay, so there's something I want to change. It's not that critical, but I might as well change it now. It's the message that we'll send. This one. So instead of doing sign up verification token, I think it should be email verification. ACRDB email verification. That's essentially what it is. And can we get a user from here? Let's see, in auth, when we call generate token, we get request.body. I think there's username in it. It should theoretically have it. Let's just do request.body. Lynn, hey! How are you doing? How have things been at school, as you say? Just stick Bob in here. What I essentially want to do is just see if Bob gets sent through to the server. So where's out? Good, how about you? Sorry. I've been trying to recover from what would have almost nearly been bronchitis. So I pretty much was in bed most of the weekend, aside from a bit of gaming that I managed to do, which was like the highlight of the exciting part. And then otherwise just reading in bed. Still got a bit of a cough, some phlegm in the throat, and yeah, some other nasty stuff, but yeah, trying to recover from that, but I've just missed this too much that I had to jump back in and do something. And I just really want to make some progress, you know. Yeah, and I wonder what you must think. Like, you've seen me on the same thing for how long now? It's almost like progress is so slow. Like, I'm making progress, but I think the thing that a lot of people don't see is there's so much that goes into this. Like the mini things that you don't see, especially when you don't use like entire, like complete solutions. So this thing that I'm doing is just, yeah, so many steps. Also, I realize I'm probably not sending through the user. So let's actually check when we send the post. Register. Oh, that's for register. Hold on, where's verify email? There it is. We only take email. So I was thinking of passing in username as well, because then you can like respond to the user. Like, hey, username. But I guess we don't need to do that. Yeah, I've been trying to solve a problem in my project too for like 3 days. Oh, what was the problem that you had? Oh, and do you want to see what I've managed to accomplish, Lynn? So, you know when we click verify email? So it hides it now, do you see that? The form's waiting. And then essentially, when you go and you click on the verification, what happens in the form is, I clicked it, and now it's set this to verified. How freaking cool is that? And that only happened because the server responded that the email is valid. Now what I have to do is if I change it here, it needs to obviously change the valid state to invalid because it obviously hasn't been verified. So that's working now. I'm super happy for that. I don't know how like efficient it will be because it is constantly checking the database every 2 seconds for a record. So maybe in time we could find a more efficient solution. But that's only for sign up. I don't think it should affect things, you know, unless I had millions of people signing up. Which why would they, you know? So I think that's fine for now, but I'd love to obviously find the most efficient solution. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna send the username through. I mean, it could be cool, but it's just the extra bit of information. I mean, would it be nice? Like, hey, Dead Mono. Maybe it is nice, I don't know. Should I be sending the username through? just a generic hey. Still have it. I'll make you a drag and drop sort between lists. I'm done with everything on the front end, but I don't know how I should store the items in the database because they need to be in the same order even when the user leaves and comes back later. Oh, and let me guess, you're using objects, right? Are you storing the items in an object? I'm storing the items in my Mongo database. Okay, no, but I mean how, what kind of, okay, yeah, okay, so that's your problem then. Because objects don't retain their order. If you didn't know that, I had to figure that one out a while ago as well. They could be randomly ordered. Apparently it's faster and whatever the case is, but yeah. Ordered objects, yeah, they don't happen. So you would have to store it as an array because arrays will always retain their order. So anything that you want in the exact same order is going to have to be an array. Why can't you store it as an array? I can, but I don't know how I should insert the items each time the user reorders the list. Why don't you have this could just be an idea, because obviously I don't really know what you're working with, so you would know it best, but if the order matters, why don't you have a two-dimensional array where the first item actually... Wait, you could just reorder the array. Basically by splicing, you remember like pop and push and all that stuff, and get the index and then move it to the new index based on where the other item was moved? That's the more complex option. The other option I was thinking of, but yeah, that's a bit too simplified, is, which defeats the purpose of the array and those functions, is that you could have a two-dimensional array. The first entry is the index of that specific array, and the second is the data. So let's say it was 1 and text, and then the next item was 3, and more text, and then obviously you had a 2 in between. If you switch the positions around, you would just update the index entry on that array, and then have that be the order in which they're displayed in. But there's obviously, a better way that you could do it. I'm doing that with state, but if I do that and then persist in the database, I would need to insert all items every time a user moves an item. Yeah, that is a tricky one. What if each entry was a separate item, so a separate document in Mongo? So entry 1 is the first item, entry 2 is the second item, etc, etc. And the only time you push an update is if the order of a specific item changes. So if 1 and 3 didn't change, but 2 and 4 did, then you just send an update for 2 and 4, and you send an array of those two, and then handle that on the back end. Well, you know what you can do? Since your thing is a bit more complex, and I don't think either of us have like the most elegant solution yet. Since you're already using an object, what if you had an index or like an ID? So like an ID property, right? And that ID is specifically what it's set to currently. And if the user moves items around, that ID gets updated. And then on the front end, when you need to display the items, you just display them based on ID. Does that make sense? Could that work? Because you don't have to worry in which order you store them in. Mongo could just do its thing, and you just display them based on the ID. Yeah, I thought of that, but from my understanding it isn't a good idea to store sequential IDs in MongoDB. It isn't? I mean, the IDs wouldn't be... It would have nothing to do with MongoDB, it would just be part of your object. So just have you have title, text, description, text, ID, a number. That's just something you have internally. It has nothing to do with Mongo. Mongo will still store it in whatever which way it wants to do it, so it won't affect performance. It's just how you access that data. You know what I mean? No, no, I don't mean that. I mean literally the ID that is shown is the ID is the order in which the items are displayed. So let's say you had item 1, item 2, item 3. This would be 0, you know, like 0 base. It could be 1, but that's 0, 1, 2, right? Now let's say the user moved moved items 1 and 3's position around, like that, right? Now it's in this order, except this now becomes 0, this becomes 1, and this becomes 2. Does that make sense? So because of the switch, you change their IDs. So it'll always display in the correct order because it's displaying it based on the IDs that they have. How would I store that in the DB? Same as part of your object. I don't know what your object looks like, but it'll probably be like list item equal to, I don't know, name, the list item. I don't know, do you have like a text property? This is my to-do item. And then, well, I guess at the top you would have it then. And then this would be ID 0. No, no, I'm not talking about those IDs. No, 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 no. I mean, you're literally creating your own property. You could call it whatever. You could call it like my freaking awesome ID. It's just for you. It's part of your object that you can access it. And then every time you make a change locally, you take note of what changed and you prepare an update so that when you update the object, you push the ID change onto that object. If no name or no text change, you don't worry about that. You use JavaScript's, what was it, merge? I think object.merge. So it will only override or update changes that have changed. I'm gonna go eat. Thanks for that for now. Okay, cool. Enjoy eating. See you later. And yeah, let me know if that will actually work for you, because that's probably how I do it, but I'm obviously not doing what you're doing, so I wouldn't probably know the options. But yeah, see you later. Okay, so we need to change this message. Hello. In order for us to be able to register your account with ACRDB and to help you in order for us to be able to register your account with ACRDB and to be able to help you recover your account in the future, should that be needed, we need to verify that your email address is valid. Or actually, since it's a statement, please verify your email address by clicking the following link. Why is there a new line afterwards? Is there? It's a bit weird. Okay, that should be it. Okay, so let's go give that a try, see what happens. Alright, we don't get it back once it's verified. I mean, yeah. Cool, so let's see what that email looks like. Hello! In order for us to be able to register your account with ACRDB, and to be able to help you recover your account in the future should that be needed, we need to verify that your email address is valid. Please verify your email address by clicking the following link. Still don't know why there's a full stop at the end of this. Do you think we should add like a hello, someone, hopefully you, someone, hopefully you, has what? in order for us to be able to create the account and to be able to help that the provided email address is valid. Please verify the email address by clicking the following link. So, someone, hopefully you, is trying to create an account with ACRDB. In order for us to create the account and to be able to help recover the account in the future should that be needed, we need to verify that the provided email address is valid. Please verify the email address by clicking the following link. Wait, but what happens with line breaks? Doesn't it carry over? I think they do. Sincerely, the ACRDB team. There we go. Let's push that out. Benjamin, hey, how are you doing? Okay, so let's see if that email comes through. Hello, someone, hopefully you, is trying to create an account with ACRDB. In order for us to create the account and to be able to help recover the account in the future should that be needed, we need to verify that the provided email address is valid. Please verify the email address by clicking the following link. There's the link. Sincerely, the ACRDB team. Yeah, that's good. Except we don't need 2 line breaks, we just need 1. How's school been, Benjamin? Still playing Fortnite? Okay, so token is await, generate token. So generate token is the one that creates a token. Is it this one? It is. And then this returns, it does return a token. That's why we have to do token.token. Because it doesn't just return one thing, it returns two things. Unless... Huh. School was good? Oh, nice. It's good. I'm glad things are still going well for you. And yeah, Fortnite never changes, huh? Still going. I think for this we can just return token.token. And if it's invalid, we can return a... reject. Something like this. When am I streaming on my gaming channel? I'm not sure. Probably Thursday again. And then obviously the weekend. So let's just return the token. .token obviously. And then if there's an error, catch the error and return. Well, actually, don't return anything, just throw. Throw. Oh, this will be if something went wrong. So token send failure. An error occurred while trying to send the verification token. we need to check if the type of is the same. Something like this. Down here. Error creating token. If error, instance of user response, return. Oops, not double return, just return error. If error, instance of user response, so if it's one of ours already. Otherwise, return an unknown error code while creating the token. Token creation failure. Cool. So we're either going to return an error, otherwise we're going to return a token. If, because there's going to be an error there. How do we know if it's valid? Because we could get a user response. Maybe we shouldn't do that, because token should only ever contain the token. Yeah. So here it will return the token, and if there's an error, we shouldn't ever return the error object. We should just throw error, throw new user response. And then we need to catch that. So you'll do a try token, and you'll have a catch. And we do this if there's an error. And we obviously put the check token in there afterwards. So then check token. Now I'm thinking, do we need a catch for this one? Because that's going to be for check token. I don't think we need to, because wherever it errors, we're going to get error description, error label, and all that stuff. So I don't think we need a catch here anymore. I think we can literally just have it here in the error. So catch the error, then hold on, what am I missing now? Am I missing something? Oh, right. There we go. Cool, so try getting a token. And if there's no issues there, then we go check token.then, response. And if there is an error, because either generate token or check token can throw an error, then we just catch that and we respond back, yeah. Now let's actually see what check token does. Check token will return. Oh, it will resolve or reject. So you're doing then. So where's the catch? If there's no catch, it should jump into this error, I think. We're gonna have to test that now. Welcome back, Lynn. How was dinner? I think the easiest way for me to test is literally just go to our database and delete a token while it's busy. Good? Nice. I'm having some soup tonight. Some chicken soup. The cliche when you're sick, right? So have you thought about what I said? Do you think that could help you with the problem you have? Maybe. Okay. I'll take a maybe. Okay, let's get this thing to generate an error. I know that sounds weird, but yeah. We want an error. So verify email. And then we're gonna delete the token. Token, it's this one. So this should error out any moment. Okay, it didn't error out. Should have errored. No, it did. Your email is not verified. That's strange. So the server didn't respond. But at least we got a user response. The token has either expired or the URL is invalid. It's not the URL, because we wouldn't have made a malformed URL. It would be the user's error. So either the token has expired or the entered. Maybe we should specify entered URL. Because the user could have like copy pasted like one token off, because I mean that happens. There we go. And what was the other thing? Oh, was it in token error? Oh, that's why. Token response error. User response. Wait, token response error. Wait, where's token response? Where's token error? I need token error. So did it just error out? There's no token error? I thought it would go to the catch. Wait, that's weird. So we do a check token, then do that. If this errors out, it's in a try block. Why didn't it go to the catch? Try, then catch the error. This would have errored. Check token, then. Oh, wait, would it have? Because it wouldn't have gotten into the then. So do check token. But that failed because it got rejected. So shouldn't have gotten in. Isn't a rejected promise an error? Won't it get caught? Because that's weird, because we got a direct error in our error log. Wait, so generate token is also a promise. So maybe we don't need a then here. Then, because I think check token is the same as generate token. Let's just check generate token. Wait. Wait, what? Generate token? Isaac, wow, I haven't seen you in ages. How have you been? Why does it think that this is going to be a promise, though? Promise, any. It's a promise, is it? Oh, probably because of the MongoDB. Yeah. Oh, right, because save is a promise. It will either return the then, and if it doesn't, it will reject. Okay. Finally properly started the school grind. I see you've gotten really far with this project. Yeah, I got like some email verification that's happening now. I'm excited for it. And is it school for you as well? Because you're in, I want to say Norway. It's Sweden, right, Isaac? Because I keep forgetting you guys. I know Lynn. Lynn, are you in? No, you're not in Sweden, Lynn. You're in. Where was that? Close by. Somewhere there. You guys are both in Europe. Wait, Lynn's in Sweden. Alright, that's what confused you two. Okay, so Lynn's Sweden, Isaac's Norway. You guys are neighbors. It's amazing. You guys are one half and the other half. Please don't say. Uh-oh. Isaac. Yeah. Oh, come on. You guys love each other. You guys have IKEA, right? IKEA is amazing. Norway doesn't have it. Though I hear a lot of Norwegians. Wait, is it the other way around, or is it a lot of Swedes come? I can't even remember now. But one of you guys go to the other side in order to make money during the holidays, because it allows you to pay off like university and stuff quicker, because you like get quite a bit of pay apparently. We go to Sweden to buy cheap stuff. Is it cheaper, really? I thought Sweden was doing better economically. All I know is I need to visit both. So yeah, now I have both the left and right side of that little interesting country. We have taxes and they have cheap candy. Norway has oil, that's why. Ah, okay. Right, of course. How could I forget? Stavanger, I think it was. Like quite a big place there. Sweden only has trees. Trees are cool. So Isaac, is it like school, or is it like university level type stuff, almost like college? Because like Lynn initially said he was still going back to school, and I thought like normal school, but no, it's more like a college. Okay, so you just call it school. At least you guys have that in common, huh? You still call it school. I guess I'm just so used to it being like primary school, or like elementary school as the Americans say, and then high school. And then after that you would go to either college or university. Takes too long saying university. Alright, so you just say school. Okay. And what are you doing again, Isaac? Was it something like related to computer science? There's several people I know now that are doing computer science. Degree in computer science, right, okay. Take a course in machine learning, databases, and concurrent programming. Wow. It's a good thing I know some really interesting people in this stream, huh? I know who to turn to. Finally taking courses that sound kind of fancy, right? So fancy. And have you like started yet? Have you gotten into machine learning? Is it as exciting as it's made out to be? I just love seeing the generations and the evolution of how it starts. It's obviously what it's supposed to be in place of not having to manually program everything, but I would feel a lot of times still unreliable, right? Like what kind of measures would they have in place, and where would you really use machine learning in a very critical environment? Like, do they even use machine learning in a critical environment? Because I would feel like if something goes wrong, like obviously it's meant to evolve and adapt. Oh, we just started, but machine learning is 100% statistics. Ah, right, so I'm gonna hate it. Yay. Like seeing stats. Oh, okay, so Google used that to rank websites. I guess it's a smarter approach to than, having a static bit of code. It's something that can adapt and evolve over time. Okay, so verify token, so check token should just be it basically is a promise. Resolve, reject. So, in that sense, we can treat it the same way. We just do check token. So just call this const response equal to check token. And then afterwards, you just have console.log, check token response, and then res.status response. Yeah, so that should essentially be it. Am I missing something? Should probably await it. That would help. Oh, and this is a function as well, so that would help. What else am I missing? What do you mean missed catch? There's... Oh, okay, right. So try and then catch. So this now should catch both of them, token and response. Token is assigned a value but never used. How were we using token before? Oh, right, I need to pass token to it. Right, that makes sense. Check token. Token, okay, there we go. Okay, so now essentially any errors here should go there. And it should log it. And then respond with the error. In theory. So we shouldn't get an error here anymore. And we should get an output here. Let's go. Let's try. Verify email. And let's go delete. Let me just make sure there's nothing here. Nothing. It's waiting. Still waiting? Yeah, it's still waiting. Let's go delete the token. And it should freak out now. There we go. Token response error. Okay, and then in token error, we get the user response. Beautiful. Errors? No errors because we handled it. And on the front end, do we get the response back? Yes, we do. We get a 404. Token not found. Verify email failure. The token has either expired or the URL is invalid. Beautiful. That works. So it's as it was before, just a little prettier. I don't even know why I had the old promise method. But there we go, now it's all in a single try catch. Check token response, did we actually get something? Check token... Where's check token response? Alright, obviously we wouldn't get into there because... Wait, would we? No, we wouldn't. Because obviously it failed on check token. So we would only get here if it actually was valid. And we can also test that that's still working. Let's go to the email. And we'll click on the token. There we go, clicked it. This should turn valid. Yes, it did. And in the output log, it should say the email address has now been verified. Token verified. Cool, perfect. No errors? No, done. Okay, create promise for the form. We did that, so we can remove that. Form waits for promise to resolve or reject. We did that. If server rejects, change sign up form button to be able to send another request. Yeah, we did that. If it resolves, change sign up form to show success. Yeah, we did that. To do, sanitize email. I will do that, just not right now. And what's all this stuff? That's old stuff, we don't need that. Cool. So that works nicely. We're just gonna obviously have to clean all this up. Did I do this? Create get root for auth confirmation token. Yes, I did. Take token from URL string and verify it is still valid, not expired. Yeah, we did that. If token is still valid, send a valid response back to form. Otherwise, send error. Yep, we did that. Cool. We've done all the to-dos in this section, save for sanitize email, which we will do, but we're still obviously in the testing phase, and that'll just take us time right now. So I'd rather do that near the end. Random question, do you have a backup of this whole thing somewhere? Yeah, I do. So it's continuously being backed up to 2 different cloud sources. As for version control, like I still need to get into it for when I do my own like personal projects, but I just feel it will take so much time to actually commit and document every change that I make, because I don't know if you'd noticed, but I'm like continuously changing things and testing things. And I might have to revert, and then if I had to do that, and then, you know, git commit, and then restore like a previous committed version, I just feel it would take much more time. And also because this is a learning process for me. Like, remember, I don't come from a background of computer science or anything, so a lot of this is trial and error. Like, if I knew what I was doing most of the time, then sure, you know, like this I need to do, this I need to do. I feel I'll get there. But yeah, for now I feel it would just hinder me more. It hasn't like been a necessity yet, but absolutely when, you know, I'm at that point. Like what I did for my mods was I would commit every time I created like a change, and then obviously push that to GitHub. So I've used it before, I know how to work with commits and that. Anyone using Firefox on macOS? Why are you having issues, Lynn? Ooh, fancy. Don't have Apple stuff. See, the Swedes are more fancy than you Norwegians, huh? Oh yeah, no need to stress about it. Yeah. Like, I know like the use of it. If I create something that breaks and then I'm like, oh, why did this break? What do I do? Then it's nice to actually, you know, look back at the specific changes. But so far, because I'm working solely with the code for myself, as long as I don't leave it for too long, I kind of know exactly what's happening everywhere. And like I said, I do have revisions. Every time a file is changed, it saves a backup copy, so I can go back. I think it's up to 1,000 revisions. So I can go back if I need to. But I don't think we've ever had to go back. You know, it's kind of, if it's broken, fix it. If it doesn't work, find out why and fix it. No need to go back to something else, you know? Just fix the problem. But yeah, since we're not working with anyone, we're not in a group environment, I don't need to look at what changes someone else might have made and then be like, ah, okay, this is why it's breaking, because, you know, you did this and this. But yeah, absolutely, in a team environment, and even in solo projects, like Git has helped me for my mods, to also know what kind of, if I made some ground API breaking changes, which has happened before, to know why, and for testing purposes, to go back to a specific version, because I have like different versions that I release. I was saying fancy to you, not to Swede. The poor Swede, you don't even acknowledge it? Oh no. Wait, you've made mods? Yeah, I have. On my GitHub. What was the one? Let's go to... Did I not go to my GitHub before? Okay. Confirm, I guess. Remind me later. Thanks, GitHub. That was weird. So you'll see here, I have like different versions and stuff. And I document everything that changes. Every time I add a new feature. Yeah, I'll just send the link. It'll be easier for you to check it out. See? Added the crime activities. Added an exit button to all configuration menus. So every time I've made one change, a specific change in a certain scope, I will commit that change. So I don't do a blanket amount of changes. So if something broke, I know, okay, it was that thing that broke it. So it's very different. I don't know how to explain it because I'm still learning and I kind of have no idea what I want to do. I mean, I know what I want to do, I don't know how to achieve that. So I'm constantly learning, oh, you do this, oh, you do that, figure that out, this works, this doesn't work. So it's hard for me to commit something if I'm constantly going to, you know, be uncommitting and recommitting and updating. I would have like, I'm not going to lie, there would be easily over, what, 1,000, 2,000 commits by now? Would actually be really interesting. There would be a ton of commits, and I would just constantly be writing. So I'd rather just be coding, you know. And once we get to a stable release of this, then absolutely, you know. Because then I should have a strong, you know, sense of what's going on. Gonna stalk you now. This was like my earliest work. It's so bad. But I wouldn't even say that was like coding, because it's, I guess that's why I like object-oriented programming, because that was like just, there's more scripting. It's very like game logic based, so it wasn't hard. Everything's defined, you know, like game.getPlayer. It's just a function and it's self-explanatory. And I've never had to use complex functions. Like you literally just use the built-in functions to do everything basically. So that's why I wouldn't really count it as like anything. I've never looked into how to make mods. I guess like if you can inject DLLs into the game file, then you can basically just use something, you know, like C#. But modding is basically just anything that modifies the game files. If you extract the game files and change them and bring them back into the game, that's also modifying. Doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, script related or scripting. Oh wait, we wanted to see if the verification works. It does work, okay, cool. No errors, everything is fine, cool. So what were we supposed to do today? Change to find one and delete, yes. Improve performance, don't know how we're gonna do that yet. We'll wait for Isaac or, you know, Lynn to complete their studies and then come back to me. Maybe we'll figure something out along the road. So the flow right now is generate a token, then we wait for the response to either reject or resolve within, I guess, 5 minutes? We haven't set a timer yet. Well, we have a timer, it's just we haven't decided. I think it's 30 seconds currently, but I think 30 seconds is obviously way too short for someone to log into their email. I think 5 minutes should be sufficient. I mean, would someone who's currently trying to sign up take more than 5 minutes? I doubt it. So I guess we can go and change that to 5 minutes right now. So currently it's 30 seconds. So 5 minutes in seconds would be 300. If we go ahead and change this to 300, it will basically reject in 5 minutes. Dot dot dot. What happened? So our interval is set to 2 seconds. It's going to check the database every 2 seconds. I still have no idea the performance sets on that. It's either going to find one, and if it finds a token, it's going to check if response.verified. So if the verified property is true, then we can resolve. Otherwise it keeps doing this over and over and over until finally, if running time reaches max time, it will reject. And then we send the response, obviously. Otherwise, if there's an error, we send the reason, the label, and the description. You guys are similar. That's cute. Len, aren't you doing computer science as well? Because I don't think you're both doing computer science, right? And how long is it for each of you? Okay, so I think we've done everything on the back end. I don't think I need to look at the back end anymore. The back end's fine. We need to change the front end. Vidir? Vidirgeinde? It's almost like similar to Afrikaans, but I know you guys are softer. You don't have that like rough pronunciation. Vidirgeinde? That A. I know I'm pronouncing that A wrong. I'm taking a 5-year-long master's degree? Damn. So what is it 3 years of? What is that word? What does it mean? Gymnasium. Okay, it's very different. Yeah, you guys have a way more thorough education than here in South Africa, because it's basically 12 years. So you got grades 1 through 12, and then afterwards you're basically free to do whatever you want to do. Whereas I know the German school here does, I think it's 13 years. So yeah, you guys have 10 years plus 3. Huh. Ruben, hey, how you doing? Yeah, it's kind of the same then. We call it gymnasium now? Oh, okay. Oh, that's what I was reading, yeah. I'm currently in gymnasium. I think that's what the Germans call it as well. Gymnasium. So does everyone go to that gymnasium? Because that's after high school, right? Is it kind of just like an orientation kind of thing? You just decide what you want to do? 10 year of general obligatory stuff, then 3 year of prep for uni. Ah, okay, yeah, so it preps you for university. Or you could take 5 years to study building or electrician or something. Oh, so it's like the critical skills, I guess? Oh yeah, so you guys pretty much have the same system. That's cool. Yeah, but what's crazy, and you guys will be shocked if you had to be here, because if I remember, I don't know about Norway, but I assume it will be the same. But I know Sweden basically has free education, so you can study whatever you want to study, unless that's changed. Whereas here, you have to pay for everything. You have to pay for primary school, you have to pay for high school, you have to pay for university. You literally have to pay for everything. And then the country wonders why the situation is so bad, why crime is so high. I mean, if people actually had, a decent amount of education and they could, get a foot into doing whatever skilled jobs they are, they would actually be able to do something with their lives. But how are you supposed to study if you don't have money? Yeah, you have to pay for everything. How high are the taxes? They were 14% for many years. I mean, since like freaking I can remember, and they recently went up by 1%, so they're 15% now. But it's crazy, like so many things get taxed. I mean, you even get freaking taxed on like basic foods. So I guess it's not as high as other countries, but I mean, it's still the fact that education, in my opinion, should be free. Like, I mean, that's the main reason people do anything, And it'll also help people have a less barbaric approach, if people could actually think and solve problems and not resort to violence. We're past that point now, aren't we? 14. I don't know if you guys are saying like that's a little or a lot, but I'm going to assume it's a little, because I know you guys in the EU have like crazy taxes. 30% more. But if you want to talk about taxes, depending on what you earn here, doctors and stuff get taxed up to 40%. And I don't know, but if you're a hard-working doctor and you put so much time and effort into it, imagine losing 40% of your salary. Like, don't you think that's a bit crazy? And okay, fair enough, 40%, but then where does that money go? I don't want to talk about politics, but I mean, that just grinds me so bad, because basic education, decent education is not there. Neither is housing, and a lot of other things. VAT in Sweden is like 25%. I work part-time and I pay like 20%. Full-time I'd reach 40%, yeah. I mean, it's decent if, the system works and it helps its people, and you guys have that pretty much covered. Housing, I think, is covered in certain situations. I know medical aid is covered. Studying and all that, so like that's great. It's like everyone helps everyone. It's almost like communism, Just no one sees it like that. It's like you work hard, you get taxed, the government takes care of the rest. Everyone wins. But yeah, it's just like free for all. So when I hear things like free education, free housing, free medical coverage, I'm just like, what? What is this world? Sounds amazing. But it's cool to know, if you have someone like family or some elderly who can't work anymore, they're covered for life, They're not just chucked on the street and they have no support. So I'm all in favor of, taxes helping everyone. As long as, those who can't get support actually get support. Plus sugar tax? I heard about that. The UK implemented that as well, didn't they? That's to cut down on things like obesity and type 2 diabetes, I think it is. That's the one that you can gain. Type 1's the one you're born with, right? So yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of a way to control the crisis that could be with the issues that being overweight brings. So that's cool, yeah. If you want to feast on stuff that can get you to the point of obesity, then you pay more for it. I don't think it would stop people though, but yeah. Imagine it gets to a point like 100% tax. You start having black market deals for candy. Oh man. I'll gladly pay extra to get fat. It's my body, right? I can do what I want. Okay, so let's go to the form now. We need so many changes here. First thing we need is, if we enter something after we've already verified, it needs to wipe the verified status. So that, and it needs to bring back the button. We actually have a political party which wants to have 100% tax on all earnings above a set amount. 100%? What do you mean? Like they literally take all the extra money that you earn? That's like literally communism then. Because you get your basic fee and then the rest goes to the government. Wow. Yeah, no one... Yeah, I can imagine why, because if, you know, you have some genius idea, or like, you're the one of a kind that can do something, you should be paid to your worth, you know? So imagine, like, then there's no point in excelling for people in the business world. So that would never work in the business sense. It would work in, you know, everyone is equal kind of approach. And the whole point of at least work in the communistic society is that people are equal. So whether you're a doctor or a plumber or whatever, you wouldn't have to choose, oh, which job pays more. It would kind of hopefully be people pick what they like, you know? So I want to be a doctor, so I'll be a doctor, or I really like computers, so, you know, I'll go into that. And then everyone still gets the same. But then you still need basic coverage as well, such as, you know, cleaners and stuff. And then one would assume that it's a job that, you know, maybe they don't want to study anything, maybe they don't know what they want to do, but at least they get paid the same amount as everyone else. And then I think the people, they shouldn't technically look at that and be like, why are they getting the same as me? Because like I said, if everyone's doing the jobs that they love doing, then there shouldn't be that complaint. But I don't know. There's always going to be people that complain, you know? And they want to get paid more than everyone else. Kind of weird, because people still work in spite of the safety net in Norway due to social stigma and other weird psychological stuff, so it doesn't fuck everything up that badly to have really high taxes. Is a stigma as in like you should work, otherwise you're like a bum or something? And I don't know, like I personally work because I think it would be boring otherwise. There was a time where I couldn't find work for a few months. Obviously I did the thing like everyone else does, played games, watched series, but like after a while I got so bored. Like some people can do it, but it's just not for me. I need stimulation, you know? I need to constantly be learning or doing something that just progresses into something more. And I was like losing my mind. Like I couldn't play games, I couldn't do anything. I was just like, I need to find something now. And I did, and that's actually how I got into IT. That was a fun journey. Exactly, yeah. You find it boring, start looking like crap, and people start avoiding you because lazy. Yeah. I don't think everyone is like that though. And as long as there's, you know, free medical care and that, then people can sort out whatever they need to sort out. Okay, so there's so many use effects here. So many things that need to change. What is this one for? Registration and registration, not registration.verifying and not registration.verified. Okay, so when there's a change, so on change, we could have an on change, but use effect is essentially like an on change, so we don't need a function for that. We're not perfect, but we could be a lot worse. But yes, coding. Tokens. What about the tokens? You just like tokens. Okay, so this is all based on registration. Registration is a state. So that's not going to change, so we can't have it in here. This is values.username, we can't have it there. This is values.password. Wait, don't we have a values.email? Yeah, here we are. So values.email. If it changes, so if it changes, wait, is email the entered email address? Let me just double check. Yeah. Okay, so email is the entered email address. So if that changes, we want to basically wipe all the things that can wipe. So set values. Oh wait, do we? And then we want to do ... values. So copy everything over from values. And then we want to wipe any errors. So error email message. We want to set those to false and blank again. And show verify email needs to be false. So error email needs to be like that. Error email message needs to be like that. Wait. Error email is false. It's a boolean, right? Yeah. Error email is the message. And then show verify email needs to be true. Because when you change it, you're going to have to verify again. Oh, and then the other thing. Wait, what is the button based on? We have that thing for the email. It's this one. So value.email and value.show verify emails. That's verify email. Wait, where's the little thing? Where's the little thing? Values.valid email. Okay, so valid email is what allows it to have the check mark. So what is valid email? Valid email is set when registration is verified. So we kind of have to reset state, don't we? Yeah, because it's not going to update. Okay, but let's deal with that when we actually get there. Okay, so also change valid email to false. So every time you change the email address section, it will wipe any errors, it will show the button, and it will set the valid email flag to false. So let's go test that. So let's go test at deadrunner.com. We will send the request to the server. It will now wait for us to validate. I'm going to quickly go into the email, click the token. It should get a response back. There we go, it's valid. Great. Now in our Redux store, registration verified is set to true. Now if I go change this, it should theoretically move that. And you'll need to verify email again, which is great. The only problem is obviously our store state didn't change. So I could technically click verify email now. Well, actually no, it wouldn't be, because when I click verify email, registration will change from verified to verifying. There you go, verifying true. So theoretically, I guess it's fine? Maybe? Let's invalidate it now. Let me go delete the token quickly and see if there's anything that might happen. Where's the token? Jesus, I'm a teaching assistant for some courses and people are messaging me on Discord asking a bunch of questions. Alright, yeah. Isn't that fun? Don't you just love that? At least it will, like, show that you've made progress. An unknown error is occurred. Cool, great. Verified is set to false. And then if I click it again, verifying is set to true. Okay, so I guess it doesn't really matter in the store state, because it won't really do anything, will it? Actually, hold on. I want to test something. They even messaged me Sunday night. I have clients call me on the weekends and I just basically tell them, listen, I don't work weekends. It's family time. Okay, here's my theory. I changed this, okay? It removed that tick mark, cool. But now what if I go out? It already knows that verified is set to true. What if I come back to the sign up form? Ah, it didn't show anything. Interesting. Oh, because internally, my internal state for sending off the form will be based off of the internal state, and the internal state value only gets updated by global state or the Redux store. So I guess theoretically this is fine. And I just feel it would be pointless creating an action to literally just wipe the state for registration. Because it doesn't do anything. If you had to click on verify email now, it would just wipe it from verified true to verifying. So yeah, no harm there. So this then works. Every time you change the email, it will wipe the error state, it will wipe the error message, it will show the verify email button again, and it will set valid email, which basically tells you if it's valid or not, and also will allow you to do other things later on to false. To do, add description. Add description of what? Okay, we can delete all this because this is no longer relevant. Benjamin, hey. You know what's funny? It's like a little joke. I have a Swede, I have a Norwegian, and Benjamin, aren't you from... Why am I so bad with these countries now? I want to say Holland, but it's not Holland. Ah, it's somewhere up there. You guys are freaking neighbors. Swede, a Norwegian, and a Denmark. Dansk. Isn't Norwegian based off of some Dansk? Or somewhere. School me. Because this is great. A Swede, a Norwegian, and a Dane. Oh, what a time to have chat. Don't remind me. So as much as you hated the Swedes, is it worse with the Danes? I think you Norwegians just hate everyone. Ah, so you guys can actually understand each other. Is Danish and Norwegian quite similar? And when am I playing on my gaming channel? Probably Thursday. And the weekend. And Lynn, the Swedes can understand the Norwegians, right? Or is there one of you that has it easier in understanding? I can understand Danish and Swedish. They can't understand each other. Okay, so you guys are like the intermediary. The Danes can speak to the Norwegians can speak to the Swedish. Swedish and Norwegian are pretty similar. I can barely understand Danish though. That's crazy. It's weird how that works. You guys can understand each other, but you can't understand Danish, yet Danish can be understood by the Norwegians. Is it like character levels? At level 1 you're Swedish, at level 10 you're Norwegian, at level 50 you are a great Danish warrior. Okay, so it's basically diverse now, and you guys are... the dialect and everything is changing. Because it doesn't get used as much. Eventually you all just speak Swedish. Or Norwegian, or whatever the combination is. And yet here we are, all speaking English, isn't that crazy? English is taking over, so we don't really get to practice anymore. Yeah, because that was the one thing. Like, I always wanted to go to Sweden. Forgive me, Isaac. And work there, but I was like so worried, like, oh, what if, you know, I can't pick up the language fast enough, and like, am I gonna have issues with it? I was like, you know, at least I could do coding, and I mean, that's, you know, that's not, how do I say, like, language specific? I mean, it is in the programming language, you know what I mean? But I was like, how will I communicate? And then I was like, okay, but a lot of Swedish actually speak English. I mean, it'll be hard not to find that. Just talk to them in JavaScript. If money greater than coffee cost, give 1 cup of coffee. Yeah, but a lot of the youth can speak English. How about the older generation? Because I know, for example, if I go to Croatia and Bosnia, where I've been, the older generation basically, like, so weird, like they can't speak English to you. Or it's like a very weird version, like a few words here and there. Whereas like the youth are just like, it's fine. They can speak they can speak it. So I guess obviously it helps being taught in school. Because English gets taught in school, doesn't it? Back then it wasn't. Scandinavia is horrible to learn the language in, because people just swap to English when you start to struggle. Oh no. So when I'm really trying, they'll just be like, it's fine, let us speak English. So yeah, I think there'll be a lot of fun. But there's a lot of German, like, German similarities, as well as some Afrikaans. And Afrikaans obviously comes from Dutch, so there's like a lot of Dutch similarities in some words, like with Swedish, and I assume Norwegian as well. So let me try read the sentence of what? Hey mina vänner? Is it vänner? The 2 A's? Låt oss koda tillsammans. I think I've accidentally broken some hearts when I worked as tech support at my uni and swapped to English too quickly. English is obligatory? Really? It's forced? That's so crazy. Where are you from, South Africa? Yeah. Lynn's laughing at me. I probably butchered that, didn't I? Hey, mina fanner. Do I need to put emphasis in it like in Afrikaans? Laat ons koda tillsammans. Better than expected. Oh, I don't know how to react to that. Tak. Hapta mig min udda, Isaac. Oh yeah. I don't want to know what you tried to say. I didn't understand. Nobody liked that. Was it that bad? I mean, I could say lutefisk, and then the Norwegians are all like, yeah! Something about others. Is it Jag Alskar Kotbular? Kut? The O? Oh, the O was the two. It's the. Is it an umlaut? Is U, right? So it's Kut. So Kut Balar? I think it was that. And it's Ulskar, right? So Jag Ulskar Kutbular? Because if I remember correctly, then it makes a softer sound. So instead of A Alskar, it's Ul Alskar? The K is a sh sound? Ushkar? Ushkar? Oh, Isaac! It was actually supposed to be the O with the umlaut, and it's Balar. No, not cat. Baller. Bular. Bular. Or maybe that's different in Swedish and Norwegian. Oh, this is too much fun. I should just start a completely different channel where I try to butcher your language. Come teach me Swedish and Norwegian. I was trying to say this, by the way. But, yeah, probably butchered it. Before you start thinking, you know, some weird stuff about cat balls. But yeah, so that works now nicely, and even if it gets verified, it will kick you back again. So that gets a tick when it's valid. Username gets a tick when it's valid. So actually, that's all we literally needed to do. We need to set, where's password one? Password is here. And then what is the password tick based on? Let's see. This is username. This is, wait, where's password? Password's down here. So that is based on if password is not null and there's no error password. Okay, so we're going to swap this out for a new state, which is valid username, valid password. There. So valid username, valid password, valid email. And we're going to do the same thing we did for the email. The only thing is figuring out when to do that. How do we know if it's valid? Could we do another else if? Else if instead of not, can we just do a username.test? So else if values.username not equal to null and username.test values.username, then we can set values and valid username is set to true. We are back. Cool. I think we need to abstract all of this into like a helper function, because there's so much happening right now, so many different checks. So I'm going to add a to-do. Because otherwise it's so cluttered right now. And then obviously the display needs to be based on valid username now. So instead of values.username not equal to null, we do values dot valid username. And now let's see if that actually works. So we go to sign up, username. Needs to be between 2 and 32. It's 2. Why is it an error state now? Oh, right, because it doesn't reach the else if. I'm checking for values.username not equal to null every single time. There must be a better way. What if I have an initial if? If values.username. I wonder. I guess that's something we can figure out at a later stage. Part of refactoring. It works for now, so I guess we're gonna have to copy this across, huh? We need to wipe any errors for the username. Let's try that. There we go. Gotta go out for a bit, might come back before you end the stream. Okay, cool. Thanks for dropping by, Isaac. It was really nice to see you again. And good luck with whatever you have to do, and hopefully the people don't pester you too much on Discord. I just thought of something now. If this thing shows as it's valid, but the username could be taken, and I don't want to spam the server every time, but actually how else would you get live feedback? You would click on sign up, and then it will tell you. Which I feel is not the best experience. It should be as you're typing, it will tell you, hey, this username is already, taken. Otherwise you click sign up and then only afterwards it's like, oh hey, this username's taken. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do that. And also, what about creating an account if the email already exists? That's not something we took into account. So I'm gonna add that for another time. I don't think we'll do that now. Let's set that. Okay, wait, what was I doing? Right, check if the username is valid with the server. So every time you make a change in username, you need to send a post request with the username that was currently entered, and then get the response back, which should happen near instantaneously, so we don't have to worry about waiting anymore. Okay, let's go create a... I don't know if it's something we need an action for, if we need to dispatch it. But we said we do want that username valid, password valid, email valid, so we're going to have to create a user service, verify email, so it's going to be the same for verify username. So verify username, take the username, return new promise, resolve reject, access.post, auth. What path should we use? Because we have auth confirmation for the token. Don't we have sign up already? We have register. We have auth register. Email? Auth email? Oh, but this is username. So auth username? How would we know what it was if it was on one path for username or password? You would need to specify, that's why we need to know what path we're posting to. We could have a verify path. Verify username. Because then the path would be verify email to verify email / the token. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. So verify username and then verify email instead of confirmation. That shouldn't change anything. And then obviously under the auth, we need to just change this to verify email and verify email token. So that should be the only change we need to make. And let's actually test to make sure it is still working. Okay, so verify username will post to verify username and it'll pass in username. Then response, your username is valid. And how was I using this in the sign up form? The email. Wait, what was that handle change for? Handle change? the prop gets updated to event.target.value, and any errors should be removed. So we can actually remove errors from here. Depending on what the prop is. Huh. And or change username. So as long as it starts with username. Oh, it's error. Error username. So if we did error and then the prop, that could essentially work. Let me try that. Because then you do error, prop. Would that work? Is that not valid? Unexpected token? Because prop is like username or password. Or what if I want to access password error or error password? I can't use concatenation there. Let's see if this will work. Wouldn't that be error.prop then? I don't think that'll work the way I think. Yeah. Error is not defined. So it would be error.prop where I need error password. Password is in prop. Unless I turn this into a string. So then I would need to use a string literal and turn prop into whatever prop is that's passed in. So error state equal to error, let's say password or whatever, and then error state set to false. Wait, is this not accessible now? Is this outside the scope? Oh, of course, because it's actually going to try to find a value in state called error state. Okay, have to go. Cool then. Thanks for dropping by. It was really great having you again. Hopefully see you around. I'm doing some crazy stuff trying to figure out the dynamic approach to this. Arakan, hey! You did catch me. How are you doing? It's good to see you again. How is uni life treating you? So error state should give us what we want, but we can't access it in set values. Because set values is going to literally want the name of the value in state. And we can't use a variable for it. Going good, making everything as easy as possible by working as hard as possible. That's awesome. Any exciting things that you've been working on yet? What have they been getting you into? Okay, how can we resolve this? We need to update this state, which will be error password or error username. And set values is all the way up here, which is an array, or an object, rather. Error password message, because if I could do that dynamically, just to clear the errors. But it doesn't look like I will be able to do that. Because error state does not exist in that state. Wait, what if we did error state like this? I think, wait, that might actually work. I forgot about that, same way that prop is used. Yeah. I recently just working on a ton of multi-step equations to get ready for next unit. Is that fun? Is that exciting? And then we need the message as well. We need to clear the message. This might actually work. So error message equal to error message, like that. Yeah. And then we also set error message to false as well. So now on change it will set the error state and the error message to false. So then theoretically let's test it for username. We don't need the else anymore. So essentially we can just remove the else. That was just removing the error username message. So by removing that, username should still work. But let's see if that's true. Fun and long. Are they going to be having you build any projects anytime soon? Have they told you? Oh, there you go. So that works. Look at that. So we actually got it to work. Ha! So we saved a bit of code. I'm doing it dynamically. Which makes me really happy, actually. No projects anytime soon, just a lot of foundational stuff, yeah. So what I essentially had here is I had a bunch of ifs and else, and the final else was basically remove any errors from the form, but I had to do it for each one manually. Whereas now what I've done is on my onChange function over here, I basically take prop, and prop is basically a value that gets passed into the handle change function. So you'll see here for username on change, handle change username. So prop in this case will be username. So what we're essentially doing is saying the error state, the state of that error prop is error and whatever the prop name is. So in this case it would be error username. So then if you go check the state out, you'll see there's error username there. See that? And then the message is error username message. So we basically made it quite dynamic. The only weird part of why it's working is I didn't title case the username. So it's strange that that's working. Well, we changed it for password now. So let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, so it's not quite working the way that we would expect it to. One capital, one numerical, one special. Now between 8 and 64. Which it is, but it's not updating. Okay, but why did username work then? That was so weird. Why does username work? Because I don't think we changed username, did we? What is username still using? Username is... Oh, it still has an else. Oh, because else if values.username and username.test is valid, then... Oh, okay. College has also forced me to learn how to make a steady schedule of everything, so I don't forget about anything. What tips did they give you? I can imagine with the amount of information they give you, huh? Okay, so to fix this, we basically need to uppercase the first value. I think we can just use character add. Tips: come to class, nap, practice all coursework. They have made it clear that you can't fail if you attend all your classes. Well, that's exciting at least. So we need prop 0. That will get the first letter, if I'm not mistaken. So prop 0 gets the first letter, and then we needed to uppercase that. Plus, was it prop? I think we need a slice then afterwards. Slice removing the first index. Yeah, so prop dot, no, not prompt, prop. Stop. Oh my god. Prop dot slice 1. We remove 1 from the, we get everything back except the first one, first letter. So prop 0 to uppercase plus prop dot slice 1. That should then uppercase, because obviously we named it with an uppercase first letter. So that should fix the error state, essentially. And then this gets replaced with that as well. And instead of using it twice, maybe we should do prop key equal to, let's just do something like this. And then I actually want to log prop key to make sure we're getting what we think we're supposed to get. And then we can just use prop key instead of this whole long thing. So just prop key. And then the message. Okay, let's try that out now. People are already skipping though? Why? Do they feel they just know this stuff, or? Prop key is password. Yeah, that's fine because it's going to be error password. So essentially, if this works, we'll see it. There you go, it removed it. Okay, so it works. We got it working. Sweet. Sweet. Good job. And then for email, well, for username, we already know that's working. I'm back. Isaac, wow, what happened? So I managed to solve the problem, Isaac. Dynamically changing the values in state. You'll see here, if I enter the correct amount of digits and numbers and special characters, the password error goes away. And if it's one less, the error pops up. If there's no errors, ta-da! And I did that by using the lovely... Is this the object notation? I can't remember. But you'll notice in my state I have error password, right? That is the state of, is the password in an error state, true or false? So error password, error username, and error email. So we use it 3 times. Now the problem before is I would have to have an if for each one. And based on the state, if that changes, set error password to false. So I thought, what if there was a way on change, if the user's making a change, and it's no longer an error, update it. So what I did was essentially, First thing you notice, it was error password. It's a capitalized P. Now prop that gets passed in is the lowercase version. It's either username, password, or email, but that is all lowercase. So the first issue was if you do prop error prop, it would fail because it would look like this. Error password. That key doesn't exist. Our key that we need to target is error password with the capitalized P. So what I had to do was take the first index and uppercase it, and then slice the rest, excluding the first item, so that we get the rest of it in an uppercase format. So now we're getting essentially password. So then what we do is we add error as a string, plus the prop key, which is now password with capitalized P, and then using, I can't remember what that was, that syntax, but using error state, we set it to false. And now error state can be anything that gets passed into handle change. So, yeah, that was, we get quite complex here, huh? It's just a way to dynamically change things without specifying what it is, because we don't know what it is until it gets passed in, you know what I mean? So if we had 1,000 different props, you can just refer to them as prop and just update the value. So yeah, I'm proud of that one. So we have error state, which is error and then the key, and then error message is error, the key, and then the message, because that's obviously what we've named it. So that's working now. So yeah, so password doesn't need it anymore, and username doesn't need it anymore, so we can actually remove valid username. Error username and error username message, we can remove those. Valid username is set to true. And now all we need to do is check with the server once it's valid. So if we get a valid response, so it sets valid username to true, but we don't want to display that just yet. That's not the value that we need to set, because valid username is when we're finally ready to send the form. So we need something else prior to that, because if we're constantly sending a request to the server, even though it's things that shouldn't be in there like special characters, we're just, sending unnecessary data to the server. So we need one more boolean in here. Valid username, valid password, valid email. These will all be responses from the server. We need something else though. Oh, what if we base it on error password changing? So error password will change to true, and then it would come back to false if it's not an error. The only problem... Oh, it will still send a request to the server when it's in an error state, because it will change to true, meaning there's an error. We don't want that. Is there another way? Am I gonna have to create 3 more booleans? And what would we call them? Because it is valid, but it needs to be from the server that it's approved. Or, instead of use state... No, actually, yeah, I've got it. Yes, it is error password. So we base it on error password. So we have a use effect which will be based on error password, and then we basically do if not values dot error password. So if there's no error, then we will obviously send the request to the server. And also, isn't it supposed to be values dot error password? I think it is, yeah. So this is based on values dot error password. If not values dot error password, then we send a request to the server. And that is what we're currently busy with now in the service. Verify username, takes a username, so we just call verify username from the service. Okay. So it resolves or it rejects? And then we need an action. So this will become verify username. Forgot the Y. Oops. Let's change all emails to username. What did it change? Oh, there, I see it. Request is user action constant dot verify username request. Verify username success and verify username failure. System.server response status, system server response status, system.server response dot unknown success, otherwise unknown error. Okay, is there anything left over from email? I don't think so. User service dot verify username. Then response, dispatch success response, otherwise dispatch error. Cool, so that was relatively simple. Cool, so that should in theory be it. Function verify username is ready. And then we need to just obviously output it. I don't know if we need something for system, but I did say I wanted to change things here, didn't I? Verify email request failure and success. Registration. So if there's a verify email request, we want to set verifying to true. And verified should only be set to we need to add it into registration itself. So I have an object say email, which will kind of look like this. So email verified false, and email request needs to be a registration, verifying set to true. Wouldn't I return email? I think. Which is state dot I think state dot registration dot email. I think that's what it would be. Email would be state dot registration dot email, and verifying would be set to true. And then for failure, email verified would be false. Well, actually, we wouldn't even have verified false. We would just not have verified. We'll just have status action.status. Well, actually, no. Yeah, it would be verified false. There. And then success would be under email. Moving these two inside there instead. So state registration email, verified set to true, action.status. Shouldn't this technically be then state.registration? And then afterwards email. Yeah. Random question, what do you do for a living? I do remote support. For the IT stuff that I used to do back in the day. I used to do that for 5 years, so it keeps things going. Yeah, it's nice. It allows me to do things like this. And then this needs to change to so registration is state.registration, and then email set verifying to true. Okay, so that should change a few things now. That means that when we go to the form, what are we extracting from state? Registration. So we'll need registration.email. Let's see how we use it. Registration right there. So if we do if registration.email, and registration.email.verifying, and not registration.email.verified, then set it to registration.email.status. If registration.email and registration.email.verifying. If registration.email and registration.email.verified, set values, cool. That's all based on registration.email. Okay, now to test if that's working, we can go back here. Ah, we broke something. Registration is undefined. Handpans, hey! Wow! How long has it been since I've seen you around? How are you doing? I've seen everyone today, I'm happy now. Saw Arakan earlier. Saw Isaac, who I haven't seen in ages. Lynn's always here. Still good to see them. And now Handpans. Of course you come in the time where I broke everything. Wait, so this expects an array. So when I do registration.email, maybe it's trying to... It's saying registration is undefined, but registration is defined. We just want registration.email. Oh, maybe I should just base it on registration and not registration.email. Because here we're checking if registration.email. Yeah, maybe. Oh, but it's not that. Weird. Registration is undefined. Wait, do we have it in state? No, it's not that. Registration is undefined. Why? registration is an object from state, right? So if I do registration.email, why would that be undefined? Why would registration be undefined? It was literally working before, because we could do registration.verified. Oh, maybe because I'm trying to access a property immediately. Here, registration.email, which doesn't exist. Maybe I'm supposed to first do if registration. Man, but that'll be stupid and it'll get so long. If registration and registration.email. I think that's literally what I have to add to each one. We're gonna have to redo this. I think it's because it's trying to access the email property on registration, but obviously registration doesn't even exist, and I think that's why we're getting undefined. So to prevent that, I could do if registration, and then do the rest. Yeah, we definitely have to rework this. But let's see if that solves the problem. Yeah, okay, it was that. Cool. So I can show you now, handpans, because I actually need to test it, because I changed a lot of things. So essentially what I wanted to do, you know, sign-up forms require you to verify your email either after you've created the account, or not at all. Well, what happens if the user enters an invalid email address, and they can never, you know, get their account back, unless they contact support? And what if you're a startup and you don't really have support, or regardless, the point is I wanted to do something different to validate the email address in a user-friendly manner. It gets done once and that's it. So essentially you enter your email address in here and you send a request to the server to verify. Okay? Now we got 30 minutes. Actually I got 30 seconds, but I'm going to show you quickly. It says registration email verifying true. Let me quickly run to my email, and I got a token. I'm going to click the token. Hopefully this is within 30 seconds, and the form should change to a tick once the server verified it. But something could have changed now as well in okay, I see what happened. We forgot to change the path in token that it sends to the email address. That was up here. We are sending them to auth confirmation when it's actually verify email and then the token. Okay, let me know when you finish with the game, then I can explain it to you. Hey, that worked. Cool. So now that we know that's working, everything is as it was before. Oh wait, maybe I can change this to registration.email now. I don't know if we can, but let's see. No, obviously. You would think that it knows how to handle that. I know the property doesn't exist, but damn. Okay, so we can't do registration.email. So we have to do it based on registration. I got another way to do this that will be so much better. I don't think we need that one. By the way, React hired the dude from Redux, so now you have use reducer and can do everything Redux does in React directly? Really? It's insane. Wow. So just integrate it. Oh, goddamn. So now I'm gonna figure out how to do use reducer, huh? Fun times. It's exactly the same, really. You have a dispatch action. Yeah, but I mean just like how to call them and stuff. So it's the same. Literally like you would have state being like that and map dispatch being like that. So you would have connect, map state, map dispatch. Okay, yeah, so there's some changes. Yeah, I'm sure it will be easy enough. But let me know when you're done, then I'll show you what I've worked on. And then I think what I can do here is if registration. So we just wrap it up in here. That way we don't have to do double check, well, every time, if registration. Because now I can get rid of that and that and that. Then what I think we could do is destructure. Verifying from registration.email. Look at that, isn't that nicer? And then we can have another if email equal to, whoops, why did I do that? Email equal to registration, right? And then we can do if email and literally wrap all these other if statements inside of that one, and then we can get yet another layer removed. So then we don't need the if registration.email. How nice is that? I'm making this a little bit better than it initially was, but obviously we needed to test that it was working before we can refactor. That's the whole point. Okay, now that we are verifying, we don't have to do registration.email.verifying. We can literally just do if not verifying. How cool is that? If registration.email.verifying becomes if verifying. Ah, beautiful. And we also need, wait, verifying needs to be inside of email, else it could error. And also we need another one, which is verified. Verified, which is from registration.email. We also need status, which is also from registration. Actually, wait, just have them all in one. Come on. There. Ta-da! And you know, OCD, we need to put it in alphabetical order. I know it doesn't matter, but to my mind it does. And then all of these just become verified without all of that. And this becomes status, which is that. And this becomes verified. If verifying and not verified, and it's easier to read as well. If verifying and not verified, if verifying, if verified. Beautiful. That's in theory. We still need to test that it works. What was that? That was for email. Okay, let us cause it to fail by deleting the token, I guess. And we should get an error message back. Well, we have a few tokens here. Let's hopefully delete the right one. The first and last one. There we go. The token has either expired or the URL is invalid. Verified false. Status, the token is either. Okay, cool. And prior to that, the request was verifying true. The token has either expired or the URL is invalid. And then let's go and actually... Wait, why didn't it wipe it when I clicked verify? I think that's why we removed this. If verifying, we removed the errors. Because there's no state change, that's why. Error email false and error email message is blank. Yeah, there we go. That should fix that. So let us try that again. Test at.runo.com. And let's go delete the token. Either the first one or the last one. I can't remember the order. Should be this one. Yeah, there you go. Cool, so there's an error. And if I change it, there's no error. But why did I do that? Ah! Not what I wanted to do. I wanted to immediately click it again. It's fine. Let's do this. Cause another error. Should error. There we go. And then click verify. Cool. Yeah, that worked. Cool, and it failed after 30 seconds. An unknown error has occurred. But it's not technically an unknown error. It's just there was a timeout. Oh, the server didn't respond with a timeout. That's the thing. We timed out. That's something we need to also take care of. Let me change the timeout on the server to be something crazy like 10 seconds. Max time. There you go. So it's 10 seconds now. Then we shouldn't get the same error. This should be the timeout one. You took too long or something. The token was not verified in time. Please try again. Yeah, cool. Perfect. But the other error is if we have a timeout. That's the other thing we need to take care of. But let's do one thing at a time. What were we busy with? We solved this so that it works. Then we need one for the password. We need to call the function here. So we essentially need to get verify verify username, which is user actions dot verify username, like so. And then we need to pull in verify username. Jeez, this thing's getting long. There's verify username. Now we can call verify username. If not, values.error password. And there is a values.username, so there is a username inside of there. Then we need to verify username with the values.username. So every time you're changing, wait, why is this error password? This needs to be error username. So if values.error, if not, so if there's no error on the username and there is an actual username with no error, we want to verify that username because we want to make sure obviously it's not taken. Okay, cool. So that should in theory be it. We can obviously watch the requests now in the network. It should automatically send a request. Okay, so let's try. D doesn't send anything. Whoa, what just happened there? Error. Actions may not have an undefined type. Oh, did I not export the action maybe? Verify username, I did. I exported verify username. And what about the service? Verify username, did I export that? Yeah, I did. Huh. Oh, did I need to? No, it's not that. User actions. That's weird. Verify username is user actions.verify username. And that exists because it's right there. And we are importing it. Verify username from props. And then we're doing verify username values.username as a use effect. And what's the error? Actions may not have an undefined type property. Actions may not have an undefined type property. Oh, so it's complaining about the action not having a type. Did we mess something up in type? Oh, because we don't have a... Oh, okay. No, I didn't. This is the problem, why you should generally not copy and paste constant, or just generally don't copy and paste. Because, yeah, I changed the variable names, but I didn't actually create the constant for it. So yay me. So I basically just copy this and change email to username and change email here to username. There we go. Now it's got the type. Was that anything else that we forgot? No, I think it's just that. And system.server response, that also might be another one. The server response. Yeah, let's deal with that afterwards. The weird part is that it wasn't supposed to send a request. That's the weird part. Going into it, it shouldn't have done anything. Oh, it's not doing. Huh. Weird. Oh, there it sent one. But why was it trying to send it when your username can only... There was an error. There was clearly an error, so why is it trying to post? It's posting each time. Wait. Okay, because that's not supposed to happen. If not values.error username. That is an error username. If not error username. Error username should be set to true. Wait, let's check what the value of state is. That's not what I want. I love this new thing. It shows you rendered by and everything. Ordered ref, styled, MUI box. Oh, you can actually show it? Suspend? That's so cool. They really updated this. Holy shit. But how am I gonna get the one that contains my state now? Which one contains the state? This is the input here. There's the error state. So we can toggle the error. That's so cool. But I need to see the state for the entire sign up form. Because I need to essentially see what the state is. Why is it triggering? If not, values dot error username. Unless... No, but error username has to be set, else it wouldn't be in an error state. Let's literally log it and see what it says. Error username true. Values.error username. Let's see what kind of madness this is. I did some front-end validation this week. Used a lot of nulls. What were the nulls for? Error username true, false. There's no error? Error username true. So the state of error username is false. How? How is it false? Error username true is false. Okay, hold on. Hold on, just a moment. So error username. The error state is based on values.error username. And the error state, yeah, it's based on values.error username. What? And yet, when we check, is there an error? Values.error username, it's false. How's that possible? Error username true. That is weird. So I cannot have an error success message. I use null. Oh right, yeah, I think that's what I use as well, yeah. Well, I rather use an empty string just for its type, but I use null for things like username and password. Oh, I did the same as you for the validation, because if you try to check against an empty string, it can still be there. So yeah, I did the same for username. I set mine to null. Okay, but this is such a weird one right now. Am I missing something? If not values.error username. I'm just going to log the username state. Username error state values.error username. And just see what happens from there. Username error state is false. Good. Now it's true. Now it's false. Now it's true. Wait, that's working? What? And if that's true, why is that there? That's not supposed to be there if there's an error state. What the fuck? The opposite of false is true, right? But I'm not coercing it, am I? I know it's opposite, but that's the point. I want to check if there's no error. So that's why I do if not values.error username, which should be false. Oh, wait. I think I confused myself now. I basically want to check if there's no error, if it's in a false state. That's normally how I'd do it. Why would this not work now? Because it worked for our state object, why is it not working here? What triggers it to become true or false? A check later on. Here. If values.username, if it fails this regex, then we set error username to true. Values.username is the username that you're entering. Values.error username is the error state of that input. And here, one test is if you fail the regex, then it sets error username to true. If the length is greater than 32 or less than 2, it also sets the error state. So that is what's setting the error state, but why aren't we able to test against it? Any ideas? Because that's normally what you do to check if it's false. No, not that. We basically said if there's no error and there is a value in values.username, then we need to log. We need to call this function verify username, but it's calling it regardless. Like, it's calling this function even if values.error username is true, which it shouldn't be, because this is saying only if error.username is false. Look, I'll add another log, and then you'll see when it's happening. When it's in that error state, which it is, because obviously clearly the form is based on it, then it shouldn't be displaying this message that you're going to see. Okay, so here in sign up, it's in an error state now, right? And then it's I am happening. I'm gonna enter something else. I am happening again. I'm happening again. Like how? It's in an error state. How is it still posting? Make the form valid. Okay, it's valid now. I did keep typing. And that's when it keeps happening. Keeps showing. I'm happening, I'm happening, I'm happening, I'm happening. And the other weird thing I notice is here, this check mark should go away when it's not valid. Because this is based on state. Do you see that check mark? That check mark is conditionally rendered. Where's the check mark circle? Here. Values.valid username. Oh, never mind. Ignore that. It's not based on that at all. Ignore that. That's something else that we're going to be adding now. But yeah, the thing that is still an issue is that how is that possible? If not values.error username, how is it still updating each time? Where do we change values.error username? Oh. I see what's happening. I don't know how we will avoid that. But essentially here, in my handle change function, every time you change a field, for that specific field, it sets the error state to false and the error message to blank. I think that's what's happening. So it's immediately changing state to false, and then I think it's picking up on that, and then it sets the state to true again. Because essentially what was supposed to happen is if you got an error from the server and then you start making changes to the form. Obviously, as a UX experience, well, just a UX design, it removes the error state. But I think in this case it's conflicting. Because if an error was displayed and the user's entering or changing, whatever it was, the error should be removed. But in our case, this is the issue. I had to put all of my logic in handle change. That sounds like a mess. The only reason it's an issue is this, where we're wiping state. For the error state, obviously. If I had to remove that now, it would be fine. But then I would have to manually wipe state wherever I have those if statements. It's obviously because this is happening before the set state is working. What else can we do? There has to be another way, no? So this is based on values.error username. If not values.error username, but that already gets cleared, so there is no error. Damage use effect, why are you so slow? And that's right at the top. Why is that not triggering before on change? But in this case, I think we can put it in there. Is it because when you type the first thing, it calls is handle change? Yeah. And use effect is supposed to be watching values.error username. And I guess it only detects oh, that's why. Because use effect only gets called when error username changes. And by then it's too late. That's why. Okay, I understand why this is an issue now. In this very specific case, it will be an issue for us. So that's fine. As long as the logic is not too complex, we can have it in the handle change. So let's do it before we reset the input. If not, values.error username and values.username, then verify username values.username. And then afterwards it will wipe it. You could have onChange call your validator and your validator call handle change? No, I mean this is fine. Because there's not much logic. It's literally just an if check. But yeah, if it grows, then I'll do that. Also, there's something wrong with my backend. It's taking way too long to validate now. I'm gonna have to sort that out at some point. Okay, so let's try it now. So we shouldn't see any network requests. Are these old? I assume they're old, hopefully. Okay, it's not making a network request. Great. Remove that. It should make a network request now. It didn't make a network request. Warning, a component is changing an uncontrolled input of type text to be controlled. I'll have to sort that out at some point. Oh, only now did it send the request. After it was in an error state, so yeah, yep. What? So when it's an wait, what? The joys of front-end validation? You get what's going on? I had that before. It's almost like it's one behind always, right? So only once I remove the error and then add something else will it go through. I had this before. I can't remember how I solved it. Isn't that something with like the previous state you check or something? It looks like the state is being changed from false to true after it does the check. After it does the check, if it should do the network request. Sorry, I didn't get that. Basically, when there's a change, so the last key that you pressed, it will be if not values.error usename, so there shouldn't be an error, and values.usename, so that exists. It should do the network request. So why is it one behind? I've had this before. It's always like one behind. Oh, it's because of the set values, isn't it? The actual value that we need. Yeah, the set values, right? Yeah. Oh, but the freaking state changes then. Our error state gets updated. You have to call it as the second parameter to set values? But won't it set the error state to false and by then it's too late anyway? You know what I mean? Because this will set that specific property that changed. It will set its error state to false. We want the state to change and then attempt it. But it's setting error state to false though. You know what I mean? So even if there was an error, if set values goes through, it will set it to false the moment it gets changed. Or am I missing something? It is? Okay, where do you want me to do it? As a second parameter? Alright, okay. Wait, can set values have a second parameter? Does the new set work like the old set state? But that technically needs to be a function, doesn't it? I can't just pass in an if. The second thing would have to be a function. Something like function validate input. Ooh, no wonder. I got a memory leak. Gonna have to restart the browser quick. Let's just reload this quick. Because I had like 6 gigs. I think somewhere along the line of testing we got a memory leak. So let me just open these again. I hope it's not something we added now. No, it seems to be normal. It must have been something else that was lingering. Fun. When you type in something, yeah. But why are you doing post requests on every character type? To validate that the user name is valid, to tell the user immediately, instead of doing it on a post request. Everything is basically like in real time. Okay, so this needs to be, what did I say? Validate input. And then we basically need a call validate input. And where did the other stuff go? Is it there? Yeah. Okay, so you want me to call then validate input as the second parameter to this, like right here. Just like that. Okay. See if that works. Check our console. Or actually just check our network. Not sure if that works in set values. Where did you want me to put it then? Yeah, exactly. I know it works in set state. Well, if they kept the functionality, we'll find out now, right? Yeah, no, it's not calling it. Oh, that sucks. Thoughts and prayers, yeah. So much for that. Oh, here you go. State updates from the useState and useReducer hooks don't support the second callback argument. To execute a side effect after rendering, declare it in the component body with useEffect. Yeah, we already know about useEffect. But that's not working for us unless... What if we watched for the entire values? What if we had a useEffect for the entire value? And then we call validate input. What do you think about that? So instead of having that, have useEffect, unless we find something better, call validate input, and that is based purely on values dot, no, just values, yeah. useEffect, I think you're trying to do the same thing I was? Yeah. I think we had the same idea. Yeah. And we gotta move validate input above that, apparently. I still don't get why we have to do that. The function, because of hoisting and everything. So apparently this function needs to be before the useEffect. Okay, there we go. Now let's see if that works. Let's see if we have a memory leak. No, we're fine. It was something else. Okay, let's see. So D... oh no, it's sending a request. It's not supposed to send a request. Maybe it was a one-time. Hold on. No, it's still sending a request. Keep sending a request! Is it the same as before? I think it is. Ah. It's because we're resetting, remember? That's the other issue we still haven't solved or worked around. In handle change, we're resetting the error states. And you get a request. Wait, what? 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 I'm confused. What do you mean? And you get a request. Oh, the Oprah, and you get a request, and you get a request, and everyone gets a request. Yeah, that's not what we want. How can we work around this? You get why I'm doing this, right? Every time you change any input that's in an error state, we want to remove that error state, because it makes sense, you know, you're busy trying to change it. And then obviously as you're typing, it's going to validate the input again, and it's going to notice, it's still invalid, and then it sets it to invalid. But in this case, the use effect is a bit slow. So unless we call handle input that sets values afterwards? Is handle change not a use effect? No, it's just an on change. It's literally an on change. So on change will call handle change. So when I change that specific form, it'll call handle change. It'll pass in username as the prop, and then based on that we know what value to change as the prop. The other idea that I have is, let's not wipe the error states, right? Let's update the value in the state, then call validate input, and then have validate input update the state after it's validated. How about that? I think that might be a better option. What do you think? Let me guess, you have the same idea as me? Your handle change has a use effect that sets the values, and the second parameter is the validator. There's a use effect that sets the values. It sounds more complex than just calling the validate input function. What do you think? Because all I'll do is call validate input here. Try what? My way or your suggestion? Okay. So we do validate input afterwards. But is this going to be asynchronous? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Because I know that was an issue with set state before. Okay, let's try your way then, to be sure, because there's no way I'll be sure unless I turn this into an async. We could turn it into an async function. What? You have an idea? I created new state. What? And set that to the current state. I updated new state. Is new state internal to React? No, it's just a variable. Oh, I see what you mean. Smart. So you're saying I should essentially check new state. But why didn't it work before then? If I was so basically you want me to bring the if back into this, back into handle change, right? Or just call validate input. Wait, how will validate input get it then? If this is validate input, it's checking values.error username, values.username. I don't think it will update fast enough, and I don't want to rely on it, you know what I mean? I do know for a fact that set state didn't work. You had to pass it as a second, the callback, and then it worked. So how would we implement this then? Would it still be a use effect that we're using? Would I set state inside of the use effect? No. So go back to the Oh, you want me to pass... Okay, I see what you mean. So this needs to take the state. Oops, state. But wait, what values are we setting in here? Validate input. We're not setting values. I'm confused. All that validate input does is it checks the values and then verifies. Oh, you want validate input to set the... So just call it new state, so it's not confusing. Oh, okay, so that'll be the future state, essentially. Oh, so we're not actually setting the values. Wait, I'm confused. What do we do? Do we create a variable inside of here? Yeah, because it is a bit confusing. Yeah, sure. Go for it. Let's hop into the live stream one. Hey.
Yay.
Alright.
So what I did to overcome that issue was I created a variable called new state, and I made that identical to the current state.
Okay.
And then whenever I did a change or something, I did it to this new variable, because to change a variable, it instantly happens, whereas changing the state, it takes a moment. So anything I wanted to change in the state, I would just change it in a new state. And then new state, I would just spread it when I do set values. So that way I have the entirety of what the state was, I update it, and then I just make the current state a copy of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it just gets really complex for something that should be simple.
Yeah, right?
Isn't there a React way of doing it? I'm sure they would have thought about that.
Like, I have a million spreads in my code all over the place.
Yeah.
And then if you have, like, nested things inside of your state, then it's a lot more spreading on top of that, too.
Because all we need to do is literally just call a function if a state value changes it. Like, in theory, it should be simple. And the problem is use effect only gets triggered once that specific action happens. And that's why it didn't work for us.
Oh wait, but we could change what use effect looks for, I believe.
Yeah, I changed that to values. And
so when values change, is call use effect.
Yeah, exactly. I think we had that, but it also wasn't working. I can't remember what the issue was. Should I share my screen with
I'm looking on the stream. It's
you?
a
Okay.
little behind.
Okay.
Oh, but
I'm
you can
gonna.
share screen if that's more fluid.
Well, if you want to see it, I don't know.
Hmm. So what we're really trying to do is a user types in a letter.
Yeah.
That letter gets updated into the state.
Yeah.
Once the state is updated, we want to check if it's valid and then do some actions on that validity.
Exactly. Yeah. And now it's just doing it each time, even if there's an error or not. Actually, wait, that's weird. Now it's... Oh, because it's one behind, that's why. Wait, what? Is it working? Oh. Oh, okay, it still posts. So it's like one behind. That's basically the issue we always had. Was that it's
Now
one...
it's like,
Yeah.
now when you hit delete, it's still updated it. Yeah.
So
And
what's
it's
the
one
issue?
behind because it runs the function based on the previous state
Yeah, that's what's
instead of the
happening now.
current state.
And wasn't there a way that you can get the next state? There was like previous and next, and I can't remember which function of React that was. Do you know what I'm talking about?
If the new state is computed using the previous state, you can pass a function to set state. Hang on.
Hmm. But if we had it in a use effect, so we have a use effect right here. We can bring this back, and we set it based on values. If any values change, oh, that was the issue because the on change wipes the error state. So then it tests, and it's like there's no error, even though there was an error. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That was the issue. Because on our on change,
What if we have a use effect that looks at the state? Once the state is changed, then it runs a function. Did you try that, Flo? Feel like you did.
you mean based on the value? On the current state?
Yeah.
Well, that's what it's supposed to do. It waits for the current state to change, then it runs the function. But like I said, the problem is our... Where is it? Our handle change. That is what's messing it up. It basically sets the error states to blank again. Once it updates the values, it sets the error state. So if I had to remove that, then it would work. So let me actually try
Yeah,
that.
can I? I'm going to show you my code. I do it. I ended up doing like the final post on submit, but on the way I did my validation was I wanted it to check every time the user typed a letter if it changed the form to valid, I wanted it to validate, but if it invalidated it, I didn't want it to check. And I got the logic working on it, but like I said, it's really
Yeah,
dirty.
I have that though, which is weird. Because remember, as you're typing, it does that. That's why my validation works. It's just when you add something extra into that field because you're busy changing it, then it wipes the input.
How can I send this to you?
There's one way to do it. I don't know what you think of that. You know, we only have 3 forms, fields. Instead of wiping
Yeah.
the state here, I could wipe it in my use effects that handle, like let's say the username use effect, right? I could have an else, which is what I had before I removed it because I thought, hey, it would be cool if it was actually, you know, global. So I could return that. So do something like this.
Yeah.
Else if,
Yeah, that's
and
how
then
I did
just
it.
do an else. Then set values. What was it? Error username
Then you do the
to false.
then you essentially do the default change right there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, that's
I don't like that way because it's like, imagine you had 1,000 different inputs, you would have to manually set them. But I mean, since it's only 3, this should in theory work now. So if there's no error, it should go through. Oh, but I didn't wipe it. Oh, because I think this... Wait, where are we? Wait, where were we? What was I changing? What was this? This is for error username. So else if values not equal to null and username.test. Oh, okay, because it was true. The password succeeded. So it never got down to this else. So what would you do in this case? This else if is if the password is valid, which it was. So it never gets down to this else. Would I have to duplicate and put the default error state in there as well?
I just want you to see how disgusting my code is real quick.
Then I feel that this is better.
Here. Oh, it maxed out. I'll private message you.
Okay, that worked. And does it send a network request? It doesn't, though. Wait, wasn't it supposed to?
Only 2,000 characters and that's bullshit.
Or are you trying to post it? Yeah, you should share
Yeah.
it to like JS Fiddle
Code
or
Stitch.
CodePen. Yeah, or any site that you can just link to.
How can I? Oh shit! What's the best way? JPen?
Yeah, JS Fiddle or CodePen. Just create a pen. Or even GitHub as guests. You can set it to private and just send it.
Oh, making my first guest.
It's
How
exciting.
do I make it? New gist. Okay.
Hey,
Send this
please
to you.
work. Okay, username worked. Did it send D2? It sent D2. What about D23? What? It does it once and that's it? Oh, it only does it after the change. That's why. It works now. I got it working, but it's waiting for the state to check. Oh, okay. Don't do it based on values.username. Do it based on values. Wait, no. What? This should be
Oh, there you go.
values.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just gotta figure out which one I need to watch for. Values dot username, maybe?
Yeah, values right there.
Yeah, it's either that.
Just do it
or...
on values because you want to check everything.
Yeah, true. Okay, it's gonna be a multiple one. Okay, so this should essentially be it. Let me just wipe the network tab. So D, not it's still posting. At least it's not like behind anyone. It only did it once. Okay, and there it's working again. Whoa, now it did a double. Why? What is it posted like twice? Check this. Literally double. Same request twice.
Every time you do it,
Yeah.
or
Every
just that
time.
one time?
No, every time. Double post. Something else must be oh, because it's gonna run this every time something changes in values. And multiple things could be changing.
Oh,
So it's gonna have to be single values of username then. But that's fine. If I can just get this working. Okay. Now it made one post request, but the initial one. And it's wait, is it still working on errors? Okay, there is it behind? No. Okay, so now it's working. It's not behind, but the issue that we have is if there's an error, it'll still go through. For the first error.
does it check in based on the previous state, or?
Well, it can't be a previous state because it's sending the current value, so it has to be current.
But so it's checking on the current state, but it's doing it before. Wait, when is it? Because it's doing it on the character press.
Yeah,
It
and we're
changes
getting
the letter.
Yeah, so it had to have
and then
updated state, otherwise we wouldn't have got the exact username that's currently in there. Because look, I'm going to add a 7 to this, and the request is with the 7. Then I invalidate it by adding a special character. It still goes through, you can see the special character is there. And then we get the error. Oh, because I think the error only happens after. You know what I think is happening? We must maybe put that use effect after the other use effects that check for the error. Right? Is that how use effect works? They run in order? Do you get what I mean?
Oh, that makes sense.
So that's probably what's happening. So let's just check now. Okay, so... Okay, it still goes through for that one, but I'll let that one slide if it doesn't do it for the others. Okay, so that's D23, then hit an exclamation. No! It's still going through! But it only does it once, and then afterwards any subsequent message doesn't go through. It's literally just the first error that it allows. And all we have is if values.error username, so if there's no error, and there is a username, then we can call that function. And this is based on values.username, if values.username changes. And even if it was constantly changing, it's only going to check for if not values.error username, if there's no error. And what changes error username? Let's see. There's only one place that does it. This will set it to true if you don't pass the regex. It will set it to true if the lengths don't match. It will set it to false if the username is valid. Else, it will set the username to false. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I don't know why it's still showing the username on the first one. I don't know if...
Because by default it's... Actually, we'll be able to know. By default it's false. But actually, wait, let's see what request it's sending. Then we'll know. You put a D in there and it tries to send... Oh, it tries to send a D. Because the state wasn't in an error state initially. When you go into the sign up, there's no error.
So we need to make sure we're checking based on the new state, not on... Take a look at my code real quick, just to inspire you.
I'll check, but...
I went through this thing for 3 days.
But what's weird is the fact that we get the current state, because otherwise we wouldn't, if it was behind like it was before, we would be behind the letter.
And you're checking the state for that username?
Yeah, we're checking the state.
Hmm.
We literally just
All right.
checking
So
state.
can you walk me step by step through your code, like the whole process? Like you type in a letter. Here's the form.
Okay,
Here's where
yeah.
it change.
Okay, so
Then there's an error.
Yeah, so you're typing in the form, and as you're typing real time, it's got a use state that
Go through
based.
your code
Okay.
and
Okay, so
yeah,
for the
so we can walk
username,
through
yeah.
all of the checkers and where the
So
D gets caught.
so the use effect for username is, in this case, the error for the D is your username needs to be between 2 and 32 characters, because D is less than 2. So it's going to be if values.username not equal to null and values.username.length less than 2, set values error username to true and the error username message to that. So that's where it's getting the error state from. And then as you're typing, so let's say you add another D now.
Oh, I see. I
What?
see why. Because your D goes through the first check and passes it. I don't know, but that shouldn't affect anything. Then it goes to the second check and it should fail. Oh, but you know what? In the first one, the D passes and updates the state and then calls
Oh,
use effect. And then it goes to the second check.
Okay, because the length should be first, right? Because here we're only checking for alphanumeric characters. So you're saying it's just the check that's wrong?
I think the new state would help you a lot here. You set a new state at the top to the current state, okay?
Yeah. But no, but actually what I'm thinking, I
In
think you just helped me figure it out. Because if I put a D in, when it does the check, all that it needs to pass is that it's not null, and it passes the username, what do you call it?
yeah,
The
there is a
regex.
username.
And all the
The
regex
regex, yeah.
cares for is that you have a character. I think that's why it's passing. I need to pass the length first, and that will fail.
Okay, you can either get rid of like that check and update the regex to have that like one super
No,
good test where you check everything.
I just move
Because
it.
now you're just.
Do you know what I mean? I just move it.
Could I give you a recommendation to consider?
Yeah.
You in this, so this is your validator, right? Your username validator.
Yeah.
Instead of doing multiple, instead of having 3 different set values, you only have one at the bottom. As you go through the checks, you have the new state that will update instead of the with set value. So you have this variable called new state that goes through all of the checks, and at the end you have one set value, so it will only update your state after it does all of the validation checks.
Okay, that makes sense. And it's still going through with that error, so either way the check that I made didn't work. So you would have it. And the reason I didn't have this in the regex was because you only care about the right characters in the regex, and you obviously can't do the length when I needed to specifically check it. So there was a reason why I did that. But do you think that the new state will help us solve this issue?
Yeah, because I think it will only update your state once after you do all of the checks. The error message will be of the final check.
Wait, can I call you directly? No,
Yeah.
I can just share this. Okay. Here you go. Hey, different account.
Oh, wrong account.
Cool.
Okay.
So you can see this now. This should be better for you to see in real time.
Yeah.
Okay,
So at the top over here, you do new state or whatever you want to call it, new value, or
yeah. What would that be based on?
the current state.
Okay, so how do you? Can you just do this dot state? Is it
Yeah, just like that.
really? So that works?
Yeah, but don't make it a const because we're going to be updating new state
Alright.
as we go.
But I thought that, yeah, because this is confusing. I thought the whole point of use effect and everything, and this way of changing use state was to access that.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the whole point of why we don't use set state anymore is because we have use state, and to update that value, you would have set values and values. So these are essentially all different states.
You're still going to do that, but we're just copying those right now. So we're making a shallow copy of it.
Okay, well, let's try it then, yeah. New state equal to this dot state.
So right now over there where you have your set values, you're not gonna call set values. You're just gonna set new state to that state that you want to change it to.
Oh, so
Does
what
that
about
make sense?
copying? What about copying dot dot values? You would still have that?
It would be instead of set values, you're just updating the variable new state, and it
Okay,
would be
so-
new state dot.
So new state equal to. Would I still
New
spread
state
values?
dot values. Is values or new state dot values now?
Values is how you access, well, that state. Because this one I'm confused of. You can have multiple states, can't you? So this is the value state. And I could create another thing. Do you know what I mean? You've used use state, right?
We can walk through my code so we don't butcher your code trying to figure this out. So you can see kind of what it looks like live. So if we go to my handle change, do you see how I have new state equals this state?
Yeah.
And then I do my question validation, so
Yeah, but here's the problem. You're not using use state. So this wouldn't really apply to us. That's the first issue. Because use effect and use state are the new hooks, and use state basically allows you to give a name for the state, and the second option in that array is what you'll use to set state. So that's state, that's set state. You know what I mean? So I could have multiple of these. That's why I'm worried it won't quite be the same.
well, check it out and see if it, because that's pretty much the whole thing. It's just I only call to
Well,
change
actually, you know
the
what I can
state
do? Since we know
once.
what values is state. So instead of doing a shallow copy of this dot state, and also you're a constructor, this is not in a constructor, so that won't work either. So new state equal to values, because values is what the state is. Okay.
Okay.
So now we have a copy. Wait, I wonder if I have to spread it, or if I could just do values. Pretend that values is state. Do I just do state, or would I spread state?
Just put the state there.
Okay, so now we have the copy like you want to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, then use state equal to. Do I spread new state, or do I literally just add?
We'll figure out the syntax in a second. So this is the idea. So you have a new state here, it updates it, and new state has the proper error message since it's a variable. We know that the error username is true.
Yeah.
Now let's go all the way to the end. We go through all of the checks. Use effect is not being called there because we're not changing the state. But then at the end, after we do all of our checks, we set values to what the new state is. So now we're updating our current.
Yeah, and since it's already an object, it should just be set values new state. But we have to make sure that new state is a object, and it should be, because values is an object. Right?
Do you like this pattern? Do you want to go through and attempt it?
Well, I mean, if it works, we still have to test if it works. So new state is values. Then what do we have? Do we have to spread values? Or do we spread
Let's
new
console.
state?
I'd console log it just to be on the
console
safe
log
side
what?
before.
New state first?
Console log. Yeah, new state, and then make sure that we're updating it how we want it to look like.
Okay. Where else would you console log? After this?
Yeah.
What is this? Oh, that's after the if. New state updated, but that will only update if we're between, so if we have less than the characters we need.
Yeah, so when you type 1D, we should see that or we should see that log, yeah.
No, we should only see it if there's less than 2 characters. So there's new state right now. It's the entire that state. Cool. So we enter a 1 in there. Now we'll see the error. There's new state, which has 1 in username, and there's new state updated. Wait, where's the true? For the error, valid.
There you go. Error username.
True, right. And previous to that, did we have error username? We didn't. Okay, cool. So we know that is working. So you want me to do the validate inside the use effect, like call the validate function? But before we set the value?
All the way at the end.
Yeah.
So we go through all of the checks. Now, instead of calling use effect with validate, we're just going to call validate with new state at the same time that so we update the state, and at the same time we're calling validate with the new state.
Okay, but before or after? Because you can't do it at the same time.
I don't think it should matter, but which do you feel more comfortable with?
I think we should do it first, but let's say I did call validate input. Why would it matter? Like, it's not going to access that, is it? Wait. Oh, wait, I think I have an idea of what you're trying to say. So this is validate input. You wanted me to pass the state. Oh, and instead of values, you want me to do new state dot error username and new state. That's what you meant. The passed in parameter. I'm checking that.
Yeah, so we're kind of copying it and doing it based off a copy. We know that's exactly what the state's going to look like because we're going to pass it into set values, but we just can't access set values. So we got to. It's hacky, but if it works.
Yeah, if it works. When you update yours, let me know. Unless I find a solution and let you know. Because it's like such a...
Update mine to hooks?
No,
yeah, that.
Yeah, when you find it... You're not going to come back to that.
Oh yeah, I will, because I like to prime myself in my code, and that's something like, I know it works, but I don't like it. I want my pretty, not like when someone read it, it was like, they had to ask me what it's doing, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
I see what you mean, why it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say, I see why you said it doesn't matter, because we're not basing it on the actual state, we're basing it on the to-be state, and setting it or checking it first doesn't really matter. Yeah, okay. That should in theory work then, I guess. We'll see now. Nothing has gone to theory at this point. Okay, so we get nothing now, and we get no network request. So I stick a D in there. We get a network request. But we could check why.
Do you still have the use effect working?
I'm gonna check now. So the new state, we had error username to false, right? And then in the
Yeah.
updated state, we had error username to true. Error username true is false, and I am happening, which shouldn't be the case. Okay, so we know it's not there. It's an issue inside our function. We don't have a use effect, we just have a function. We have validate input new state, and we're checking if not new state.error username and new state.username. Why? It doesn't make sense. It should be as long as there's no error on new state.error username, right?
Is there an error username? Is that coming false?
Yeah, it can be false, but when we passed it in, because we checked obviously what we were setting it to, and here error username is true.
I know.
And obviously error username true is false. Yet we can clearly see it's true. And we haven't even set it, we at this point gave it an object. And the funny thing is,
console log the whole...
yeah, the entire thing.
Oh wait, we already...
New state inside validate. It should be exactly the same, but just in case. And we can also check the value of... What? What?
Could I just take a peek at the function again, where we're calling validate input?
Yeah, sure.
I wish there was like an online VS Code where we can both work on the same project.
Oh, there is. There's code share or something. There's an extension for it.
Okay, so if values.username, okay, we do the check, we set new state, and then it updates it with that, and then we go through all the checks.
Oh, because we're only doing it once. We're only setting new state once. What about the other checks that will pass through?
Is it breaking in this check?
I mean, it's not break here, it's just the other stuff it won't set. Because remember, we're setting values. We only update new state
But
once.
are any of those actually being called?
Yes, because after you're longer than 2 characters, now it will do these. This check is next, after we've hit over 2 characters.
Are any of those set values actually being called? Or no?
Yeah, they are.
Oh.
Well, actually, no, this one doesn't get called. This one's being called for the else if. This is what's being called right now. The else if the username's valid. But that's fine. Wait, when did we not need it? Oh, when there was an error. It was... Wait, I'm so confused right now.
But new state is not being updated at any point, is it?
No, it's not, but what I'm trying to figure out is this is an error, so it shouldn't be sending anything to the network. And it's not.
Oh, so we are getting proper data in the validator.
The issue here is now this is supposed to be valid. D2D. Your username needs to be between 2 and 32 characters, but now that's failing.
I think because we're mixing the new state and the...
Oh, yeah.
We have half of them updated, half not, so I think once we update all of them or remove it from all of them... But we're getting new state inside validate. We get that error username is true.
So right now it is
And we get
an error, so it won't pass. Oh, that's why I think we need to update state for all of them now. What do you think?
Yeah, let's try it.
So instead of set values here, you want me to do new state. So new state equal to and we're not spreading values, right? Oh yeah, we are we're gonna copy what the previous state was, right?
But I'm thinking do we not want to get?
Why don't I?
Yeah, no, that should be fine.
Why can't I just set this to empty, right? Because by default what it's gonna do is it's gonna spread values. So we're gonna have everything in values and then we're gonna add these things to it.
Oh yeah, that should work then. That's fine.
Yeah. And then what did I call this? New state equal to, and remove this. And then, oh god, such a hacky way. Cool, that should in theory be all of them now. Yeah, okay, let's go try that. Network. Wait, what? Network, come back. Okay. Oh, we got an error now. Why? New state is undefined. Console.log error username. New state.error username. That is on line 109 in the validate? What? Oh, because it can also have no state. That's why we need a default, don't we? Because if none of these change, it's going to be empty. And we're still calling validate input with new state.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
So we need to set it to... new state equal to... Oh, never mind. Values. Wait, but if it's already spread, I don't need to spread... If it already has the entire copy... Shouldn't this be ... new state? Hmm? Oh no, it could be values, whatever. Okay, let's do that now. So, go in there, add D for username. Did it get a network request? It did. I feel like just throwing the towel in.
What? No. No. Fuck you. React. We're gonna kick your ass.
Wait,
We're gonna...
how do I get the, Wait, how can I see
Can we look at...
But how do I get the thing to show me the payload now? Have I forgotten already? The hell? There should be an option where I can view the payload. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I went through, new state, there was D. Error username false. New state updated. Error username true. New state inside validate. Error username true. Error username true. False.
Oh, maybe we're just calling it on the wrong...
Error username
thing?
is true there, but error username true is false. So error username is true. How? So this is true. This is true.
Oh, because you're calling...
What? It's the same. I'm saying as long as there's no error.
One is values.error username, the other one is newstate.error username.
Where?
But
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, but it's still happening.
So we get the new state, and new state dot error username.
Yeah, as long as it's not true, so it's false. As long as error username is false, and as long as there's something inside of username. So as long as username is true.
Can you pass in? Are you getting new state dot error username properly? Like, is it messing up?
Let's try this. This will now contain the Boolean value, right? There's no way this can mess up. If not test, which should be exactly the same, right? So what would if not test do? If test is true, and we say not test, this should fail, right? This won't go through.
Yeah.
Now this is going to make me question the entire way of how Booleans work if this doesn't work.
No, you have your logic proper.
Yeah, then what is causing this? Okay, so let's go. Username, D. Okay, it didn't trigger now. This is the old one.
You scared it.
Let me like force reload, because something's wrong with this network. Like it's not even allowing me to right click, do you see that? I can't even delete.
Do you have a memory leak?
I might. No. I don't. I'm gonna restart it anyway. There we go. Need that one and that one. Okay, network. Cool, it's working again. So hit the D, sends through. God damn it. And error username is true. So there is an error. Error username true is then false. Is there another way to work around this logic? Because it knows this is true. There is an error. It's true. And then we're saying if not test, which is, it should be false. So as long as it's not true, which is false. So we're essentially saying if false. And
where is it saying that error username is false?
In here.
But, inside of verify username?
Oh, wait. Error username true. Oh, wait,
where's that console on?
Oh god, this might be something completely... No, but... Yeah. It's here.
Wait, but you
Do
commented
we have
that
another
out.
use effect? Oh my god, we have another use effect. Oh my god!
You never turned off the use effect!
Yay! At least we have logs. Forgot about that one. This is a problem when it gets too large. Wait, so does it mean it's theoretically working right now? This whole time. That was your idea, by the way, I'm just gonna say. Okay, so it's not sending the network request.
Yeah, my idea that it works.
Okay, no network request yet. Okay, goes through now with a D2. Now we're gonna add an exclamation. Shouldn't go through, it's not going through. Yeah, that seems to be working, unless you want me to test something else. And then if we add another character, but then we remove the error username is now false, and it should have sent a request. There you go.
You can hate it, it's ugly, but it works.
It works! What can we say? Now
have
we
a
need
lot
to
of spreading.
refactor it. Jeez. I mean, it works.
I
I'm
was
not
trying
going
to
to
figure out
complain. We
how-
only have to do it 3 times, that's all.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, how could you realistically take all of that logic and move it outside of the component? So inside the component, you just have, like, one line, like, validation.
You know what I'm also thinking? Instead of having, because I have a use effect for each one, username, password, email. I could technically have
Mm-hmm.
it based on 3 values.username, comma, values.password, comma. Oh, but then you would have this massive if statement upon if statement. Yeah,
Yeah, I think having 3 different ones is not
that's not an issue.
an issue. I think if you could somehow abstract it out so you had just like one function
I'm
call.
gonna call it new values, by the way, because the previous one was values, so I'll just call it new values.
Yeah. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking that. Good call.
Just so it's easier to figure out what's going on. But the only problem that I have with this is not the React way, because back when we had set state, you would have done this. It makes sense. But now with use state, I feel like we're missing something. You know what I mean? It's like we're going backwards.
I think it's a logic flow thing where you have your logic properly on all of the validations. We know that code works. It's just a matter of the logic flow on the React lifecycle.
Yeah,
when things are
updating.
going and
But
when
this
things
is-
are not.
There's something with previous state React. I don't know if you've seen the new use effect. Where's the official React docs? Because you can access previous and next state, and I don't know if that will help us. Where's previous?
Yeah, we have to find it in the hook stock.
Component did update. But since we're using use effect, would we have to check use effect docs? Where's use effect? Effects with cleanups. So there's use effect. But there's a cleanup? So what's a cleanup? Earlier we looked at, however, some effects do. Wait. That don't require any cleanup. However, some effects do. For example, we might want to set up a subscription to some external data source. In that case, it is important to clean up so we don't introduce a memory leak. Or is that also why I'm getting memory leaks in the first place? Do you know anything about this? Cleanup.
I do not.
Because this is a new thing with use effect. And since you haven't used it, I think that's also the other issue. Hey, Moisture
Yeah,
Packet.
that's definitely an issue. I need to start.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as I finish my program in 2 weeks, I'm going to start build like a few little hook projects.
Yeah, because this is a new thing to use. And they're saying that we should have a cleanup. When exactly does React clean up an effect? React performs a cleanup when the component unmounts. However, as we learned earlier, effects run for every render and not just once. This is why React also cleans up effects from the previous render before running the effects next time.
Here, I found you the docs you need on set state in the process, so we can.
Yeah, I know how set state works, but with the new hooks you don't use set state ever. That's why I think there's the issue. So it works in our case now.
What's it called? Set values?
No, so basically it takes an array. The first item in the array being what you're going to call the new state. And then the second value is the function name that will be used to update that state. So here I'll show you the syntax for that. Here it is. So pretend this was state. So this is state, right? This right here is state, but I can have multiple states. The first thing is the name of the state, so values. The second one is the function.
Oh, so you just call it value.
Yeah, and then the second one is the function to update it called set values. It could be called anything. Then it's called use state, so we're creating a new state from it. And then essentially this is an object with my state. So if I wanted to update values, I would just call set values and pass it in the new object. So I would spread values, and then let's say username changed, I would say username equal to the new value. So it's way easier than using the standard state. But that's why I'm saying maybe there's something we're missing here, and since obviously you haven't used it, you wouldn't really be able to tell me, and since I haven't explored it, I wouldn't either. So it might have something to do with the cleanup. Oh, here we go. What happens if the friend prop changes while the component is on the screen? That's essentially what we're doing. We're changing the value of the input. A component will continue displaying the online status of a different friend. This is a bug. We would also cause a memory leak or crash when unmounting, since the unsubscribe call would use the wrong friend ID. In a class component, we would need to add component did update. But in React...
In hooks, there's no special code for handling updates because useEffect handles them by default.
Apparently, we would use a component did unmount. Now, here we go. Now consider the version of this component that uses hooks. It doesn't suffer from this bug, but we also didn't make any changes to it. There is no special code for handling updates because useEffect handles them by default. Yeah. It cleans up the previous effects before applying the next effects. To illustrate this, here is a sequence of subscribe and unsubscribe calls that this component could produce over time. So subscribe 100, unsubscribe 100, subscribe 200, run the next effect, so it cleaned up. Okay. Unmount.
So over there, does he just put a return in that code? Is that the proper code that we want? The useEffect with the chat API?
And here they can also, yeah, that's what I was talking about. They write an extra comparison with previous props or previous state inside component did update. If previous
but that's
state
inside of useEffect now. You were doing that. Isn't that the useEffect second argument? That's what you were doing.
This is useEffect right here. Yeah, they had a return.
What's that return?
What's the return? Yeah, I'm wondering. What the hell? What is the return do?
Scroll. Oh, let me.
This is for the optimization. That's again the optimization. Next steps. That doesn't help me. Let's see what Stack Overflow has on return. Someone must have asked that. Because return will usually escape it. Why would you return? Oh, is this the cleanup? So apparently the wait, what? That they do have a. I'm so confused. Use effect, console.log the effect. Use effect, return, cleaned up. Handle name, so it sets name, value, and that's based on username changing. You seeing this?
So what's it do?
It's basically just a cleanup that you return nothing. I don't even see how that helps us at this point. I've forgotten even what our issue is.
So we need to find the next state and then run useEffect based off of the next state.
But that won't work because useEffect will only. Well, let's see. useEffect on what previous state? What are we saying? When should we run useEffect?
Okay, let's walk through what we're doing again.
You're talking about this. Access old state to compare with new state inside use effect React hook with custom hooks used previous.
I forgot what we want to do.
See how complex it is? You know what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna leave it until either of us gain like the knowledge to actually successfully change this, because it works. Like, should we be changing it? It works.
Yeah, for me, the confusing part is that use effect combines a few things into one.
It does. What I think will be easier is when you start studying it and you can come back to me. Then you can let me know if you found something. Because for now, it just works. And
I know it works. That's all that matters.
no, it's not all that matters. It's just how much time are we going to spend trying to figure it out? The only problem is like the way you're doing it. It's fine. It's just the old way of doing it. That's when we still had set state.
Oh,
we don't use set state anymore.
I know what you could do.
Yeah?
Google Formik.
Formik?
Formik.
Is that something that just creates forms for you? Yeah.
Code forms and React without the tiers. There you go. It does the validation.
But then I won't learn, and that defeats the purpose.
I don't know if I want to code or finish LFS. What's LFS?
What is LFS? Yeah. Huh. What could it be? Should we like guess the abbreviation? Let's face systems. Is it a game, maybe?
Systems.
Is it a game?
That
sounds
like
Linux from scratch.
Same thing. I kind of like your name. Let's face systems. Linux 101. I feel like Linux is like the final boss, and you just have to defeat it as you learn.
Oh man. So what would you do in my situation? Would you go with this and later on change it, or would you just struggle through? Because all I wanted was to find a way that it works. And I mean, obviously my linter is not complaining. It does work. And we are still using set values at the end of the day to update. All we're really doing is make a copy to check. So it's no different than checking a variable, essentially. We're not updating state or anything. We're just getting the value.
I think if you wanted to refactor it, you would take this logic and move it outside of this component, either in helper functions or whatever, and then you just call like validator in here.
Yeah, true. So anyway, I have to refactor it, so if I find something, I can just do it then.
Yeah, and then from then, if you wanted to refactor it so you're not doing it all in your handle change or wherever this is, but you're doing it actually in what's it called, in the React lifecycle. Because right now we're just doing it all at once instead of being like, hey, React, like this change happened. Like, should you update? Should you not? Should you run this now? Or?
Sure. Cool, yeah. So that works. We finally did it, and it does run the network update. And do you see what I mean? It's not a waste sending it to the server, because the server will only get the response if it's actually valid. So client side first.
Yeah.
So there we go.
I just want to finally move on from your sign up form.
Right?
I think you like the sign up. I think you just fell in love with the sign up form. Like, forget the website. We're making the best sign up form that ever existed.
Exactly. And then I'm going to share that with the world. And who cares about the sign up form? This will be the sign up form. Have you seen how cool it is, though? Have you seen the token system yet?
No. Okay, so break down like the whole thing for me.
Okay, let me show you, because it's like super cool and I'm super proud of it. This single-handedly is worth like the weeks I've spent on it. So you sent an email address. So when you have nothing, you don't get anything. But the moment you start adding something, a verify email button appears. Now my approach was, everyone is trying to create the perfect regex to, validate an email, but that doesn't exist. I myself have tried for like, I think it was 12, 13 hours.
Yep.
So I was like, why don't you just let the... Yeah, you were there. So I was like, why don't we just have the username enter whatever the email address they think is valid? So we go, and in this case, I'm going to enter a valid one. I'm going to enter a valid email address. So now it sends a request to the server. So I'm just going to show you the magic. Nothing is happening right now. Now I'm going to go here to my email, and we would have gotten an email with a link here. So we click this, and let me quickly go back to the form, and you'll notice that changed now. And that was validated, just like that, right? Black magic. How? And we go to the Redux state, and you'll see here under registration, email, the verified state of the email was set to true. And prior to that, it was set to verifying.
What do you use to check the email? Like send the email, receive email?
Right? You're amazed? Okay, let's go. Let's dive in. So I'm going to explain the backend process. So first we had a post.
Oh my god, all the
path.
console logs.
I had to. Yeah, I have no idea how long I spent on it. So what we do is we have that post path, so auth register. Sorry. What we're basically doing is checking the username. Wait, sorry, this is register. What am I doing? The verify email. Basically, we get the email that the user gave us, right? And we go into generate token. So generate token is right over here. And what we're doing is we're creating a random string, so random bytes to string from crypto. So crypto will basically generate a hex string of 16 characters. That's why we got, the random characters as you saw for the URL part, right? That also becomes the token. Then what we're doing is we're saving that token into the database. Once it's saved, we're using node mailer to create a transport.
Oh, node mailer.
Yeah, so a transport's basically where you set the host, the port, the authentication and stuff. Then our mail options is, basic stuff. Who's it from? The subject. In the text, we have a specific part here, which is clicking the following link. So there I have nodes request.headers.host. That's essentially the entire URL. We just add /verify /email and then the token, right? So that's basically what sends the mail to the user. That's the fun part. If there were any errors, we handle them, but there's nothing exciting there. So now what happens is we have another get. Now my issue before, as you can imagine, is how the hell do you link a post to a get? They're two separate methods. There's no way you can wait for the one and the other, right? I mean, if there was, that would be amazing. Because obviously we need to wait for the user to do the get. How else do you get a response, right? So what I did was, once we've created the token, immediately check token with the token that was created. This is in a try block. And what check token does is where all the magic is. Check token basically, it does a lot of things. First, it returns a promise. Second, we tell it the interval of how many times to check for a token. In this case, it's 2 seconds. Max time is set to 5 minutes. And essentially what we're doing is we create a new set interval where we check the database. We're using Mongoose's find one. And if the found token has a verified property and it is true, then we can resolve with the token has been verified. If not, we literally keep looping through this over and over until we get the verified state that we want. If after the max time we don't find a token, we just reject with the user did not verify the token in time. That's essentially what I did.
So I have a question for you. Can a user submit a sign-up form without verifying their email?
No, because the whole point of that is we need to know it's valid if we need to, reset the password or do anything for them. We need a valid email. So that basically eliminates the need for having to have a regex, because this way it's 100% guaranteed. They get an email, they literally just click the link, that's all they do. They come back to the form and it's verified. And if they change it, then obviously they have to start the process again, because they could have changed it to something else. And the sign up won't proceed until you have all of that done. And I could demonstrate what it looks like when it fails. So if I change token to a really short time, like 1, so like they'll fail instantly. If we say test@nano.com and we say verify, it will come back immediately with an error now. The token was not verified in time, please try again. and we can even see what the registration message is. That's where it gets it from. And if I check the console log,
Nice.
you get the token timeout, verify email failure.
Nice.
What?
I think
Yes.
you're over securing it, but
I'm
it's
over what?
definitely over securing it, but I definitely think it's a nice feature.
Yeah, I thought it would be cool because you don't need to do the verification afterwards. But the thing is, what if the user does have to change something and they entered the wrong email address? How do they recover it? Unless you have a support system in place and then they manually have to go change it. But then also, how do you verify the user is actually the user? You know what I mean? Because let's say in other traditional websites, you enter like one character wrong in your email address. It allows you to sign up, you logged into the site, you log out. Next time you try to log in, oh, you can't because, you know, it was the wrong email address. You forgot about it. Or let's say you want to change the details, but you need to go to the email address to verify that change. How do you access the email address that was wrong to begin with? So you basically punish the user for their mistake. Whereas if I do it this way, they have to verify that the email is valid and that they have access to it. And then I store that valid email address so that I know in the future they have access to it. Like, what do you
I
think?
see the logic why you did it. I got stuck on something similar this week, where I was making like you can type a question into the site, and if you're not logged in, you can put your email and password. You're gonna love this. If you're not logged in, you can put in your email and password. If you are logged in, you just see the box to submit it. And I was trying to figure out, how do I know if someone is not logged in? How do I know if I should register the user or verify if the user has an account and they're trying to log in and not sign up? So I was going through all of this, figuring it out, and then my friend tells me, like, you're just overloading your sign up form, or just, put a toggle to switch between the login and sign up. I spent maybe 3 days on this, and then the owner of the company comes in the next day and he's like, oh yeah, I don't want users to create an account there. I just want them to put their question and email. So I had to get rid of all my validation, all of the logic, all of the flow, everything. Just
fun. But you can save it for a future project. But in case you were wondering the solution to your problem there, if you wanted to know if they can log in, if they already had an account, you could just set a key in local storage and then check local storage. And if that key does exist, then you know that they existed there previously. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have it if the only instance was when they're not logged in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was trying to figure out, should I do a post request and attempt to log in, or do I just ask the user which one they're doing it? There's so many different ways to go about the same thing.
But I'm just happy with live validation. I'm not even using like plugins or anything for it. Like, this is all done from scratch. So everything that you see here, I had to do, create the promise, all the logic, and that makes me feel like really accomplished, because that's the only way I really like learn. Because I could probably have used some other software. And the thing is, have you ever seen sign-up forms that do this, like live email verification? Because I don't think I have. And if there is, I'd like to see it.
I haven't. That's kind of my struggle with it, is would it deter a user from signing up? That's my big question.
Because my logic, most of us nowadays, we have smartphones. It's generally with us within arm's reach. We get an email, we just click the link. And the thing is, if they're already signing up and they're putting this information in, and if they use a password manager like I do, you generally need to access the password manager and save it. So, like, would you not have your email on hand? You know what I mean? Like, you're signing up for a service. Where's your email address?
It depends. Since you're building like a small scale thing, it doesn't matter. But when you're going out to like millions of users, you want to figure out, well, how many users am I going to lose because of the sign up process?
Yeah, you could put have metrics in, and then when someone clicks away, you can know, and you actually count that.
Yeah.
But I'm
like
thinking,
my phone is charging on my bed 5 feet away. Am I going to walk my ass over? Just
But
sign
can't
up.
you access your mail like on your PC in the very same place that you're doing the sign up? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just another barrier of entry. It's not a big one. It's a very
Yeah.
small. You know, it's a tiny little rock on the road.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
But
Then how would we handle the fact of if the user did enter an incorrect email? Because the amount of time it's going to then take,
and
because
the
let's say
username was taken. So your
um
situation is, I get the greatest username in the world. Dead Mono does code, and I accidentally registered that to the wrong email.
no, it's more the situation of you create an account, you're logged in, great. Later on you want to change details, but it sends a verification to the email address you used, but the email address that you used was wrong. Now what?
I think the way some sites handle it is if your email is not verified, your account is like insecure, and it can be changed without email verification. But the moment you verify your email, that's when your account requires you to actually use your email to verify changes.
It's a fair point.
But it is like a security concern type thing.
Yeah, because the way I went into this, as you can see, is like security first, and I'd like to think that people would appreciate the security behind it. But yeah, the lazy people. The point is, if it's a value-added feature and it will be something that people want, won't they take the extra step required to do it? Like,
No.
are you telling me no? They'll be like, no, it's not worth
So
it.
let me put it this way: if it was my bank, fuck yeah.
Yeah,
If it's some random site, I might just click away. Like full honest truth.
yeah. It's interesting. I'll have to like think about that. Um. Yeah, then the thing is, how would you know that
But
anyone would ever verify? If I sent you a verify email after you sign up, would you ever even click it?
probably not.
Yeah, so you never get verified, and then, yeah, you lose access to your account, and then you try to email support.
And you don't want to have a support for
Yeah,
little things like that. You want that process to be
automated.
natural.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the point is also, like I said, how do you prove that that person is really the person they say they are? Because that's where the issue is. The only way we know this user is because their email is linked and valid. So right now we can trust that any changes that need to be made on the account is by the user because they signed up with that email address and they verified. So for a security feature, like I said, for a bank, yes, it works. But I guess you're right, for a smaller scale app. Like, I'm not worried if I don't end up using it, that's fine. But I think, in future for larger projects, it is a good thing to have. If you go
Oh yeah,
security
definitely.
first.
What you learn from it, I wouldn't change it if I were you. I would
Yeah.
keep all of that. But that's just like one of those ongoing discussions that I think there is no right or there's definitely wrong ways of doing it, but I don't think there's a right way. I think there's
Yeah.
just different ways.
I think it's like better than a
And
regex that tells you your email address is invalid, but it's not.
yeah, I mean, like ultimately, like that is the ultimate checker is that going into your email and clicking a link or something.
I honestly didn't even think it was possible. I like challenged myself and I was like, yeah, I want to see this happen, and I actually made it happen. My issue is just the effect.
Dope. Yeah, it's dope. I've been wanting to mess with sending emails and receiving emails.
Yeah, it's so easy with Node Mailer. Like you saw, I literally just set up the config for it and then the message, and that's all. It's so easy.
Nice.
So yeah, but I guess we'll see. It's good to know for the future, and at least I did it. So if I ever need to use it, or someone says, I need live verification, then cool, done it. So yeah. But thanks for your help. I really appreciate it. We managed to actually solve the the problem finally. That was a nightmare.
Yeah, I felt like I was pretty good at working out logic flows until I did the validator, and I was like, "Oh wait, this is a lot of if else's. This
Yeah.
is a lot of. It's like
Do you
the if
still use a
else's.
lot of if else?
What?
You still use the if else's? Or
Uh,
did you evolve?
you have my code. That's the
Oh, yeah.
one I ended up using.
Where did I close? Probably did. Hold on, let me get it again. Wait, this was yours. Your validations. Oh, you did, yeah. And you also did match, yeah, you used regex. Yeah, so you did if else's. The thing that I thought of is I would still use if else, but I would have it in like a helper file, you know, like validate email, and then you just give it the email and you get a response back.
Yeah, that was like the next step in it, in refactoring it. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to get something pushed onto the master, so it's like it works.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck it.
That's what I'm gonna do when I refactor, but for now, if else is the way to go. But,
And then you can look at my handle submit, because the handle
Yeah, I see.
submit is where it invalidates, but the handle change is what validates it.
yeah, I
So
basically
you-
did it very simple. I just disabled all submission, as you can see, until all three validate, and then only will disappear.
Oh, I like that pattern.
Yeah, it's much easier. I love it. It also doesn't allow the user to accidentally click and they'd be like, oh no, what did I do wrong? Because they have to first literally do all three correct. And then once all three are correct, then it shows the sign up button.
Yeah, my teacher was telling me like he wanted it that way, so I was like, okay, I'll see if I can do it that way.
Yeah. But yeah.
Like I don't want to yelling at people.
I'm trying to make it as
But it's
user friendly as possible.
Gentle. Yeah.
Except for the part where they're gonna have to check the email. Oh well. Yeah, maybe if I could figure out how to send SMSs with tokens, I could have that as an option, email or phone. Maybe that would be more
Twilio.
user-friendly. Twilio? Yeah. I heard of that.
Or well, if you just want
Twilio? 2 hours? 1 hour?
one,
One. But is it free?
I know they have some free stuff, but I don't know if on the free one. I know you can send a text to yourself for free. I don't know if you can send a text to whoever for free.
It's not that expensive, but you know, obviously since it's a free thing, I wouldn't want to... That's emails. Oh, so that's where SendGrid is from. API for WhatsApp, where you can send WhatsApp messages. Yeah, I mean, depending on how much it costs, but where's the thing about the free API? What does the free API do? Doesn't specify what you get. Free trial as well. I'm assuming you would have to pay. It wouldn't make sense if they give you, you know, get 500 free
I think it goes
SMSs.
by.
But I wonder if that expires, if it's like once off.
Yeah, I want to implement this on my website, so if a recruiter goes to my site and they see like I respond in 3 minutes, they just test it out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, yeah, I'm down. I'll do the
0.00
job. Hire me.
That's not that much. Wait, let me convert it to my actual currency, because you know, looking at
3,000 rand.
11 cents. I mean, it's not that bad. I'll pay 1 rand per 10 messages, essentially. It's not that bad until some bot comes and starts spamming the shit out of it, and I'm like down a few thousand. So I'd have to prevent that. That's risky because I could lose money
They probably have a cap on it or something.
Well, if you're paying, I doubt they would have a cap. It's like, go ahead, send your messages.
No.
Programmable voice, let's do that option. Have the user get called. Great for the anti-social, you know? Your code is 25917. Oh. Okay.
We could build an app that sends you a text.
That's it. Yeah, but that would still cost money. You'd still need to subscribe to, you know, like the network. Sending would never be free, no?
You have a phone, just use your phone. Or get a Google number.
So when there's a sign up, I get an email and then I would just go and like SMS them manually. Like, okay, here you go.
Now, what if on your server you have a script that every time someone signs up, it will run the script, which opens up Google Voice and manually types in like a text into their software.
Use their own phones. Oh.
Yeah.
Make them send their own SMS. Brilliant. Oh god. Okay. Anyway, I need to get going now. I've spent way too much time on this, but thank you so much for the help. I don't think I would have gotten this far. I would have done something completely different. I'm happy with it. When you get using use effects, you must let me know.
Okay. Probably by the end of the month.
Yeah, and then maybe figure something out. And Moisture Packet's like, I have Google Voice, and that just made me thinking, what if we had like the website play OK Google and just like dish out a command? Have their phones freak out.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one has really done like a viral video doing the troll. Like, okay, Google, Alexa, Siri. Hit them all at once.
That happens. You've probably triggered someone right now listening to the stream.
Okay, Google. We're never gonna give you up.
No. Hey Alexa, play Despacito. Rip someone's Alexa. Okay, playing Despacito.
You gotta play good music though.
What are you saying? That's not good music? What?
What?
Okay, tomorrow I'm gonna have a lot of fun. Cool. Thank you for the help. Appreciate it. What are you busy with, by the way, now?
Now I want to set up. Maybe you want to join me on this. I want to set it up so I have Redis set up or Mongoose or whatever, so that after like I input something into my database, after like a month, it will delete it.
Oh yeah, you just said expires. That's simple. Where's the
Yeah.
I'll show you quickly. Where's my model? Let's find the model.
I just never used that kind of database, so I was learning Redis the other day, and
you just do a created at, so you have a created at timestamp, right?
Mm-hmm.
So literally just have a property called created at. Set type to date, required to true, and default to the current time when it was created. And then your expires is how long after it was created. So in this case, 900 is 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, my token expires. Remember, we create a token? Now, let me
But what happens, like, if the server goes down, or, like, how does it know?
Because you created the time. You created the time at that creation
it's based off the initial time.
Exactly, that's why you have default date.now. And then whenever it's back, it will check and then delete everything. Remember the tokens I created here? Look, they're gone. They're not here.
How do you do the check?
No, it's automatic. Anytime it tries to do anything when Mongoose connects. Yeah. And I think that's not even on Mongoose. I think it's on MongoDB, like directly on the driver level.
So, like, let's say that I wanted to have a person, like, log in and they see, like, a product or whatever on my site. But once it expires, I want it to update them that the product changed. Where would I put that on the... Where would I put that?
When it expires. Well, what do you mean? Wait, so
So
you
let's say a
only
user is
yeah
browsing my site,
yeah
and I have things that expire in the database. Would I
okay.
just have like a set interval running on the front end? So it's like every 5 or 10 minutes do a GET request?
Yeah, either if you want to do that, if it has to be that critical on every page reload, but essentially all you do is like the products that you get should be gotten from the database, obviously, and the products that are expired will automatically be removed. So when you're displaying your products, you won't have that issue. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you have products in um, a document, right? And you have them set to expired, like I've shown you here. Then you're displaying
Mm-hmm.
every single document. Any that have expired will obviously not be shown because they don't exist. So, sorry, you can either do it on the set info, like you said, if it's time critical and you need it to expire, even if the user hasn't reloaded the page. If it's not critical,
Yeah,
then
like what if it's like a 10 minutes, like flash sale or something?
yeah, that's fine. Then you just have
Like,
a set interval update your state of the items. But obviously, if the person reloads the page, they'll anyway get new data, depending on how you're fetching the data.
yeah.
Basically, you won't have to worry about any logic on the front end. That's all in the database. So long as you have it set to expire in the database, when you're displaying items from the database, it will obviously not show the items that have already expired because they wouldn't exist in the first place. You know what I mean?
Oh, but I guess I could send the expiry times to the front end if I wanted to display that. Like, you have 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm gonna do with the sign up form. Yes, we're not moving on yet. My next thing is when you send the verify token, because the verify email button disappears, I wanted to show a timer here with a
Yeah.
countdown for the time left, and after that, then you can send again.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Dope.
yeah. I was about to ask, like, what does Moisture like? Because they hate everything at this point. They hate React. They hate Google Voice. Wait, it's not Google Voice. They hate Twitter. They hate MongoDB.
Alright, no, they do hate Google Voice.
Oh, yeah, and Alexa. Oh yeah, they hate Google Voice. Yeah, I see that now. Moisture just wants to see the world burn.
I'll let you go, man. I gotta
Alright,
eat.
cool.
I haven't
Thank
had
you so much
breakfast
for the
yet.
help. I appreciate it. I will see you around sometime and hopefully see your progress as
Yeah,
well.
see you, man.
Cool, cool. Bye. Alright, so thanks to handpans, we have made a lot of progress. Because now we can actually verify when I need to verify. I love Vue, text now. I have a love-hate relationship with Twitter. Cloudflare is love. Name cheap, Discord, Zoho. Okay, so you at least like things. But yeah, big shout out to handpans. Thank you so much for butchering my code, essentially. Because while it's not the React way, there's a reason why we have use state. At least it works. I'll give you that. And we're not updating state in this sense. We're just using it to check values. So, kind of on the fence with it, but when we refactor it, we can reconsider. But for now, it works, and that's all that matters. So thank you for that. And yeah, with that, I'm gonna call it a night and continue tomorrow. I am happy with the progress. A lot has been changed. The form is way more fluid now, and tomorrow we're gonna have password and username verification directly from the server. That's gonna be exciting. But until then, bye for now.